we have a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously with a 3-0 vote. Our next item is public comment on closed session items. Would anyone here like to address us on an item that is on our closed session agenda? Seeing none, we'll move to our next item, which is to adjourn to closed session. So we are going to go to another room, handle our closed session, and we should be back right around 6:30. Thank you. Flag is to your left. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, as mentioned, the board met just prior to this in closed session. Let me make sure I get my report out correctly. We had two items, item 2.3 and 2.4. I'm just trying to make sure I get which one's the correct one here. Do you know which one's 3 and 4? I don't think I see it, sir. Oh, it's the number in the corner. All right, on item 2.3, on motion of Board Member France, seconded by Board Member Hall, the board passed that motion with a vote of 4-0 with one member absent. On item 2.4, upon motion of Board Member Hall, seconded by Board Member Franz, the board passed that with a vote of 4-0 with one member absent. Pass that down. We do have one item from closed session that we'll be taking an open session vote on. Item 2.2, do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous with a 4-0 vote with one member absent. All right. As you know, we have opportunities for folks to address us during this meeting. There's two different opportunities. One is during the open comment section for items that are not on the agenda, which, by the way, I have no cards for that one right now. And then we'll also have an opportunity for people to speak on each agenda item, and I have lots of cards for one of those. Since we have more than 10 requests to speak, our time will be limited to 90 seconds per person. If you have a complaint about a specific employee or employees of the district, those complaints should be made to the employee's immediate supervisor or the school site principal as outlined in our board policies and administrative regulations. Remember, we do not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or any other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant and or any district employee. If we have the comment cards are out front, so if anyone wants to get a comment card in before we hit items, you may do so. We're going to move in now to item 5.1. Board Member Hall is going to read our board objectives. Our board set a series of objectives of what we expect from the school district moving forward. Heidi.
All right, board objectives. Prepare all students for life, college, and career. High-quality academic opportunities, supporting students' physical, mental, and emotional health. Number 2, work in partnership with families and the community. The school is a welcoming, safe environment that serves as the center of student learning, activities, athletics, and performing arts, promote a sense of community in the school and the surrounding area. And number 3, utilize effective governance and business practices, remain open, transparent, and accountable to the community, serve as an employer of choice with the highest quality teachers and staff.
Thank you very much. We're going to move into board reports. I have just 3 quick items. I attended, along with a couple of my colleagues, to the 11th Annual Placer County Education Community Leader Breakfast. I also attended the welcome reception for our new SAC State President, Luke Wood. Got an opportunity to talk to him about our school district and all of our students that choose Sacramento State after graduation. School visits, I only made it to one since the last meeting, and that was at Oakmont, where I had a meeting with the principal and a great meeting with all of the student government leaders. We'll start with you, Julie. Do you have a board report?
I do, but I gotta find it.
Okay, so we'll go in the other direction. Marla.
I was just gonna pass tonight.
Okay, Heidi.
I don't have too much either. I was at the Placer County Office of Ed event with you and Marla, and then got to pop pop into the setup for the Roseville High School homecoming dance. It looked beautiful, and like a lot of fun. Always makes me want to come back to high school. That's about it.
Nothing about the chocolate-covered pretzels?
Oh, those are really good.
All right, Julie.
Yeah, I just wanted to share, I had asked for Joe Landon to just prepare a little bit of information for me, and I thought I'd share it with everybody so that you had the information. And I was inquiring about taxpayer dollars being spent on public record requests. So we've had 15 main public record requests that amount to $270,000 in legal bills in the last year. I wanted to share that with you because I had the information. Thank you, Joe, for pulling that up for me. Appreciate it. That's all I have.
All right, superintendent or cabinet members? Any cabinet members? I see shaking of heads saying no. Committee reports. I don't think any committees have met since our last meeting. Seeing none, great. Student board representative reports. We're going to start with Lindsay, and then we will speak with George.
Awesome. So Granite Bay, our student government class, has been busy at work. Homecoming is approaching fast on October 20th. We are so excited. Our theme is Bears on Broadway, so we are having each of our events correlate with a Broadway musical. Also, we are excited about our vending machines. They have been up and running for a couple of weeks now, and kids are just loving them. They are just a big hit, and they are loving how easy they are to access and how convenient they are. Also, even today, we had our freshman Link Crew tailgate after school today and before our football games and flag football game. And this was in an effort to connect our freshmen with upperclassmen throughout the year. So that's all I have to report.
Thanks, Lindsay. George?
All right, so at Oakmont, we had our homecoming a few weeks ago. We actually had it 3 weeks into school, so we planned that super fast, and it went very well. Our theme was Hollywood movie genres. I mean, besides that, other schools are kind of in their the swing of things with homecoming. We have fall sports going on right now. Football game tomorrow. Our freshman team is actually playing right now, and they're undefeated, so hopefully they can keep that streak going tonight. Today, throughout the district, there was unified sports here at Roseville, so this is my second time here today. And then there's been a lot of college fairs going on in our College and Career Center, and then just like outside of the district as well, like there's the CSU College Fair tonight. And then there was also the first LCAP meeting on September 20th. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thanks to both of you for being here. Our next item is RSEA. Natalie. By the way, when we call you up, we have two speaker things, so as I call names, when we get to things, I'll call two, and one go to one and one go to the other. Welcome, Natalie.
Hey, cheers, thank you. All right, we're 2 months in. And I learned Monday from our meteor training that it takes 21 days to learn a habit. Wow, this is really loud. So I've realized that for teachers, it's been like, I wonder why we're always running so fast to kind of get kids up and running, and like why we're so exhausted. So 21 days get a habit. So I think we need to up that to 42 for teenagers, because I'm now 2 months in, and we now feel like the locomotion is actually moving forward, and we're picking up speed, and it's going strong. So really excited about that. Midterms next week, and then we just keep powering through all the way into our next break of Veterans Day. So we might look a little ragged in the next few weeks, but we'll get there. So I was a little on the edge of like how I wanted to approach the board tonight, and I had a lot of opinions, and I could have come in different angles, and I decided to trust my gut. And we work in a very unique district, and it's a unique district where we actually have a partnership with the RCA and our union and our RJUHSD district. And it's something that I value very dear and close to heart, because we know what happens when you break relationships is you break the trust. And I keep talking about this, and I have to be mindful of that moving forward. And with that, if we maintain the trust, then we can be moving forward to make those connections and making growth and progress that we very much value in RJUHSD, because we want the best for our students, and we want the best working conditions for our employees, and it's a really great place now. So with that said, I know we're having a discussion for the parents' rights. And I appreciate that we did not jump into an action item, and I appreciate that it's actually going to be discussed. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry. But also one of the approaches that we're very unique is because we are truly a high school district. We don't have elementary and we don't have middle school. It's a little different than other areas surroundings that we are seeing currently. And we are focusing on young adults, the growth of them coming into adulthood. I was at an LCAP meeting that George mentioned on Wednesday, where is the public buy-in for how we're going to use our public funds in the area, in our district, and where we want to focus on that. And during that presentation, there was where the district was reading its goals. And one of the goals that really resonated with me was, we are ensuring a diploma with the college career and life readiness with the pursuit of the future of their choosing. And I was thinking about this as we are literally preparing these young adults to become adults. And in a Roseville joint union, as a high school district, we have the opportunity to watch them become literally young adults. They start dating, showering regularly, getting jobs, playing sports, joining clubs, joining performances. They're learning to drive. There's a financial course of teaching them to be more financially secure in the future. And then they start paying taxes. A kid asked me this week, what's a W-2? I'm like, oh, welcome to adulthood. Here we go. So this, while they're building their choices to become the adults they want to be, seeing the surrounding districts as they implement this parent policy, I was wondering in our district, what are we doing so wrong that we now need to implement something that's targeting a marginalized group such as LGBT and the transgender students? Nowhere in our job descriptions should we ever have to tell a kid's story, and I know I hit that last time. I would like to just instead of focus on our jobs of safety, inclusive environment, supportive and a rigorous education. That marginalized group that was already, that is being asked about for the parent policy, we saw them hurt last year, and we're doing things in our district to mend that. This month, we're having the GSA Summit. There's things to help prepare this, and we had Wellness present last week to show all the resources there. I'm asking that as we pursue this discussion, to consider the unique opportunity that we are as a high school district, and as we watch the other districts around there that deal with different children of different ages, please don't focus on a marginalized group. And please don't make any rash decisions that will then change the local control of where we spend the money. As Ms. Hirota just said, where she talked about how much was spent on public document requests. And instead, make a sound decision that's best for our district. Because one of my dearest friends always says, and it's a mantra that I've always considered moving on for everything that I do, sometimes the right thing is not always the popular thing. So that I ask that you make the decisions that's best for our district and not attack marginalized students. Thank you.
Okay, so as we go forward tonight, we're going to have a lot of people talking, and we want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to talk. So I'm going to ask you to refrain from cheers or jeers, because we want to make sure everybody's voice gets heard. Not that you don't deserve the applause for things, but we want to make sure that everyone gets heard. We did get a couple of cards for public comment. Since I said we didn't have any, we do. And as I get cards for these items, keep in mind I'll be taking them in the order I receive them, with the exception of I usually put student cards on top so that they can speak, and then if they don't want to stay for the rest of the meeting, they can go off on their way. All right, so we are now on the public comment area, 5.7. This is for items not on our agenda. I have 3 speakers. So Bonnie Blanco, where are you at? Which side are you on? All right, you're going to get that side. And then Leah Shank, you're gonna get this side. And then after that is gonna be Leilani, who's, oh, you can take either side, because there's only three. So Bonnie is gonna start, and Leah and Leilani, make your way over to this podium. Now, I don't have view of the timer tonight, so the gentlemen who handle our microphones are just gonna turn the microphones off when the time's up, because I can't be looking behind me all the time. So, Bonnie, you're up.
Thank you. Just wanted to thank you all for being here tonight and again for your service. And with that comes accountability as leaders. And I just wanted to bring to light some of the information that I've found on incidents that's happened in the past, and I think everybody needs to know what's taken place with our leadership. We all know the flag incident that took place and the controversy that was behind that, and ultimately, I don't stand with one side or the other, but I do believe in following guidelines and protocol, and that clearly is not what took place. It was very much an emotionally based decision that was swayed, and our leadership failed us. With that, that only divided both sides more. Our superintendent, their job is to hear complaints against the school and resolve controversies between employees or between employees and students or parents and guardians. And on the numerous emails that I read, I saw that being failed, that one side was being nurtured and allowed to do as whatever they were asked to do, while the other side was pretty much being looked at as a pest. To quote, "She is a Granite Bay parent. I think they sent something to Pete. Feel free to check with Pete regarding a response. You are under no obligation to meet with her unless you simply want to listen to her. She, along with two of her parent friends, have been like this for 2 years and do not represent a large following of parents. As a group, they also submit ongoing public record requests." Isn't the whole stance of one of the sides that they're a smaller group, that they're not represented as much? So if we take that same thought process, why doesn't this parent count? Why don't her and her parent friends count if they're a smaller parent group? So I asked, how did you figure out she represents a smaller parent group? And the response I was given was, well, I asked, where did you gather this information of who she represents? Are you basing this off class or voting, or who shows up to the board meetings, who yells the most, who sends the most emails? If this parent does represent a smaller group, then is this not the whole basis for flying the pride flag in the first place? This group represents a very small portion of our school and society, yet we all broke the protocol to represent them and make them feel welcome and part of us. The response I received was, we compiled your records. I'm not answering any more questions to those specific records. I'm under no obligation to, and I can submit more requests to Rob Hasty. Zero accountability for your actions. If I make a choice and I fail, I'm gonna admit to it, and I'm gonna tell you how I'm gonna do it better. I'm gonna admit to why I'm wrong. That's what leaders do. Somebody in a power position just says I don't have to. I'm asking you all to have accountability for yourselves and your positions and be true leaders. Follow protocol, follow guidelines.
Thank you.
Don't base it off
Your
emotion.
time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speakers, no clapping, you guys.
They're confused about the 3 minutes
Yes.
versus the 90 seconds.
So, we're on two different agenda items. On this agenda item, we're on open comment. There were only 3 cards, so per our rules, they get 3 minutes. On the other item, we have dozens of cards, so they get the 90 seconds. Sorry if I didn't make that clear earlier. Leah and Leilani?
It's Leah, I'm here.
Sorry, I didn't turn that way. I told you to stand there and I didn't look. You were on.
Is
Go ahead.
that- Yes. Good evening, my name is Leah Shank, and I am a parent. I'm also a community advocate here, standing in the gaps of our marginalized community, and I'm the community advocate representing the organization Impact. I'm coming to you all tonight based on my concerns of safety issues at Antelope High School with the recent bomb threat and safety-related issues. On this day in particular, I received a call from my child stating that there's a bomb planted on the campus and that it is set to detonate in 30 minutes. She said, "Mom, please come get me." I was at the school within 6 minutes, only to be told parents should not be here, parents should go home, the school is on lockdown, and your children cannot come out. Imagine your child cannot come out. Imagine being told that a bomb is set to go off that can potentially kill your child, and you need to go home and wait until you determine whether you believe it's a viable threat or not. What made the situation even worse and even more concerning is that there was not a detailed search. Every classroom was not checked. The students were not evacuated. They were just sitting ducks, waiting to potentially be blown up. And when the lockdown was lifted, students were told that they can proceed to their next period. The psychological trauma that this incident had on students was enough to end the school day, and there should have been an early dismissal. It is inhumane for children to be expected to go on with their school day, to be able to function and learn just minutes after not knowing whether they were going to live or die. This incident has had an incredible toll on our children's mental health. None of this has been taken into consideration. As parents, we have the right to know what's going on at our school site, and the district has a responsibility to inform us of what's going on in a timely manner. We were not notified until after you notified our students. We weren't notified until after the bomb was supposed to detonate. It is also your responsibility to let us know what is founded and what's the safety plan moving forward. I'd also like to ask what the process is of parents being on campus, and why are you not allowing us to keep our own children safe? Why are you not allowing us to go through the proper background check like other school districts do, so that we can be on campus and we can help you? Because all I'm hearing from the principal is that you guys are short-staffed, Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, short-staffed, excuses, excuses, excuses. But we want to know that when we send our children to school with you all for 8 to 10 hours a day, while my child being in sports, sometimes she's there till 7 o'clock at night, we want to know that they are going to be safe and they're going to protect it, and you have a responsibility to let us know that they will be safe.
Thank you. There you are. You're up next.
Hi, I'm a student from Antelope High School. I'm here regarding the bomb threat that happened a week ago. We got the official email regarding the bomb on September 20th at 2:18 p.m. The email stated that a person had called at 1:45 p.m. saying a bomb would detonate in 30 minutes. By the time we got the email for the bomb had already detonated. They had kept us in every classroom saying it was a shelter in place. They stated that every classroom was checked, but from students at Antelope, we found out that not every classroom was checked. They also had us resume school after not checking everywhere. While we were waiting and did not know what was going to happen, there were rumors about a school shooter. In my opinion, I feel like they could have handled the situation a lot better as soon as they got the call. You should have had the police searching every classroom and escorting classes to the field. I have had talks with the principal about my regards, and she gave me very generic answers, so I would like to have a district representative come to my school to discuss my issues and keep me safe in my place where I go every 9 or 7 hours, because I am a school athlete. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have district staff follow up with you. Okay, we're now going to move on to item 8.1, which is a public hearing and adoption of a resolution. This is a public hearing, so I do not have any cards, but I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, I will ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close.
And do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, that is closed. We are now going to go on to item 9.1, which is the item I think most of you are here for. We have, yeah, I do, I have that. We have a large number of comment cards, and I have asked students to make a note on their card, and I've brought student names up to the top if you signified by them that you're a student. So I just want to start with a little, what's that? Oh, I missed one thing. Hang on, we're going to go back. I buzzed right through consent. I was trying to get right to what you all are here for. Consent agenda. Anyone want to pull anything from consent? We have a motion on consent. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Sorry about that. Now we're back to item 9.1. So as many of you know, I know I've sent emails to lots of you about this. This evening's meeting is the first step in our public process of policy development where we hear from the community in an effort to gain a full understanding of the issue. The board is not considering any specific policy at this meeting and will not be taking any action tonight. Once we hear from students, families, and members of the public, it'll be incumbent upon board members to provide direction to the superintendent and staff. Given that we have not yet had a board discussion on the various options available to us, I anticipate each board member will discuss their perspectives on the issue at hand and articulate their preferences for what direction that we will ultimately provide to staff. I know this is going to be lengthy and cumbersome, but it is the deliberative process of school boards. Hopefully the board will come to some consensus and provide direction that is clear enough that the superintendent can then return to us with options that could range from an amended version of our current policy, a completely new policy for the board to consider adopting, or no changes at all. If we cannot gain consensus on one policy approach, the board may ask the superintendent to return with 2 or more policy options for the board to consider. Based on whatever direction we provide, the superintendent and his staff will develop a policy or various policy options for consideration and action at a future meeting. We appreciate all of you for attending and ask that you be respectful to the time we are allowing for each person to speak. We know that this is an emotional topic for many people, and we ask each of you to be respectful and to allow all views to be presented without interruption. I mentioned it earlier, but it would be highly preferred that we don't have any clapping so that we can get through this large number of speakers in an expeditious fashion. If you forget, I will nicely remind you. Remember, we are going to keep people to the 90 seconds so that we can get through everything efficiently. I will call out 3 speakers at a time. We got 2 podiums. Make your way up to the podium, and we'll hopefully transition from speaker to speaker quickly and efficiently. Our first speaker is Charlie Vanderveen. You can choose whichever one you'd like to go to, Charlie. Following Charlie will be Soraya Johnson. Did I get that right? You'll be over here. And then after that will be, is it Sigmo Newsom? Did I get that right? Okay, you'll head that way. All right, Charlie, you're up.
My name is Charlie Vanderveen, and I'm a senior at Granite Bay High School. The following are quotes from the California Department of Education's website regarding these policies. Public Records Act requests. The Education Code requires that schools keep student records private. Private information such as transgender status or gender identity falls within this code requirement and should not be released. Education Code Section 49060. A transgender student's right to privacy does not restrict a student's right to openly discuss and express their gender identity or to decide when or with whom to share private information. A student does not waive his or her right to privacy by selectively sharing this information with others. Pursuant to the above protections, schools must consult with a transgender student to determine who can or will be informed of the student's transgender status, if anyone, including the student's family. With rare exceptions, students are required to respect the limitations that a student places on the disclosure of their transgender status, including not sharing that information with the student's parents. Revealing a student's gender identity or expression to others may compromise the student's safety. Thus, preserving a student's privacy is of the utmost importance. The right of transgender students to keep their transgender status private is grounded in California's anti-discrimination laws as well as federal and state laws. California Constitution. Minors enjoy a right to privacy under Article 1, Section 1 of the California Constitution that is enforceable against private parties and government officials. The right to privacy encompasses the right to non-disclosure autonomy privacy, as well as in the collection and dissemination of personal information such as medical records and gender identity, informational privacy. Thank you for your time.
Perfect timing there at the 90 seconds. No clapping. All right, you're up. No, please.
I'm Soraya Johnson, a student at Granite Bay High School and vice chairwoman of our site council. Schools are supposed to be oases of safety and inclusion. However, with the rise of national attacks on the queer community and the forced outing of teens, school environments are increasingly toxic, even dangerous for teens struggling with their sexual identities. Young people need access to places that make them feel seen and safe. We must embrace children for who they are, rather than banning their identities. Every 45 seconds, a queer child attempts suicide, pushed to the brink of death.
by a culture that refuses to accept them. Young people's identities and right to an accepting environment are being under attack nationally and locally, and it puts children in dangerous situations who come from households that don't accept their identities. Don't force our teens back into the closet. It is a place of loneliness, isolation, depression, and sometimes suicide. Let's not force teachers to out our teens to their parents, as has occurred in neighboring districts. If we really want to depolarize schools, decrease discrimination, not student safety, let's keep our schools LGBTQ+ friendly. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Before you start, our next speaker that should make their way over to this podium is Kaylani Weil. So if you can make your way over here, you're up.
Hello, my name's Siamo Newsom. I'm a senior at Granite Bay High School, and something that I wanted to add to this discussion, and something that I find very important to talk about, is that minority students already have to go through so much on our campus because there is there's a very loud majority that is openly transphobic, homophobic, racist. They have to go through so much just by going to school, trying to get an education, and I don't believe that we should make that any harder by forcing or opting that we should out students. Another thing that I find very important is that California Attorney General Rob Bonta stated that students should never fear going to school for simply being who they are. And I believe that this is a very strong point because even though this is a horrible place, it is still a very important place for students because it is the only place where they can feel secure in their own identity. And I don't think that we should steal from them this only right that they have. It's immoral in a sense. And with the political climate that we're in right now for LGBTQ issues, there's a very big issue. Like, we have made a very big step back, and I think that it's time that we make this step forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. This is the last student card I have. Were there any other students that turned in cards? Okay. I must not have seen the student sign, so I'm just going to ask you guys to line up at each podium and just state your name as you start so that when I find you later, I can mark you off, okay? So just go ahead and start making your way over, and you're up.
I'm a student at RJUHSD. I'm a senior. I've been in the band since I was a freshman. As I've been in the band, I've come across a lot of people that are part of LGBTQ+ community that have come out to me and told me that they are trans, non-binary, things like that. And I just think that it's just their time to be able to share it with you. If they want to share it with you, they can. It's not the teacher's right to share their information with their parents. I understand that parents would like to know that, but it's also kind of hard for the kids to tell their parents. There's always an underlying factor of why they're not saying it to their parents, whether it's their parents are homophobic, transphobic, or anything of that nature. So, it would be very not good for the teachers to state that to the parents.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and give me your name and I'll search for your card while you're talking.
I'm Nix Catlin. I attend Antelope High School and I am a proud member of the LGBT community. I am speaking on behalf of the fellow LGBT students who are too afraid to come here or uncomfortable because of comments that might come their way. The controversial policy that is up for discussion tonight has already been deemed illegal by our Attorney General Rob Bonta, who has as quoted in his letter, in addition to infringing upon student privacy, forced outing of students to their parents is very likely to result in significant emotional, mental, and even physical harm and subjects students to discriminatory harassment. I have said it before and I will say it again. We will not tolerate any policy that perpetrates discrimination or harassment or exclusion within our educational institutions. If you pass this measure, you will open this district up to legal action from the state, which will require funds to use to defend the districts. Instead of our schools, we also run the risk of withholding funds to our districts if we decide to pass this measure. Students shouldn't feel afraid to be at school because of feeling discriminated. They should be able to be their authentic selves. Thank you.
Thank you. So, just so I see if I got the right card, you're from Antelope, right? You're from Antelope? Okay, I found your card. Thank you. You're up.
Hi, my name is Fumi Kanesi. I'm a sophomore at Grand Bay High School, and I'm a transgender youth. When I was in the 8th grade, I went by a different name before I decided on the name of Finley. I told teachers this and friends this name. My parents were never told. Yet I was harassed at school, and I did not have to worry about being harassed at home. I was still figuring out my gender at the time, and I was not ready to tell my parents. Neither are a lot of transgender youths my age, or people in middle school, or could be people higher up in high school, such as seniors or juniors. People aren't ready yet, and if they're not telling their parents now, then there should be no need for teachers having to tell their parents either. If this information was shared with my parents at the time, and when I was in the 8th grade, and I was still discovering myself, not only would I have felt very embarrassed to have to explain myself about something that was going on internally, but at that point in my life, with puberty and everything else going on, I may have attempted suicide. And that's really sad that some transgender youths in our area really are dealing with things like that. After a couple months, I felt comfortable enough to tell my parents about my identity, but please do not force students to have to explain themselves to their parents when they're having a hard time explaining themselves even in their own brains to themselves. It's hard enough being a teenager. There's no need to incorporate more issues and hardships on transgender youth after all the harassment they already face at school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hold on one second. So I believe this is the last student unless...
Yes.
Okay.
I think. My name is Finn Gillard. I'm a sophomore at Granite Bay. I would like to state the fact that coming out is a private experience and is a personal decision on a student to make for themselves. This policy would take that personal and private decision and put it in the hands of adults that don't understand what a student would be going through, especially if that adult is cis. Coming out exists because it isn't always safe for someone to tell the world who they really are, whether that be mental, emotional, or even physical abuse that could come from someone. Not everyone is in a safe situation, and even if they are, to tell their parents, the mental strain this can put on a relationship can, even if it's positive, can absolutely affect a parental relationship, a student's and a parent's relationship. If this district truly wants students, parents, and teachers to have a stronger bond, this policy is not how you do this. There are ideas, but I don't have the time to share this now. The way this policy will be handled by the district will truly show how you guys stand with your queer students, especially trans students. And they would also condone transphobic behaviors in school that not only me, but many of my friends have been faced, whether it be mental and physical. I fear my campus will no longer be a safer space for me, and I shouldn't have to fear this. Trans rights are human rights, and students should have privacy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So that was our last student. Thank you very much. We'll now go through everybody else. I'm going to do hopefully smoother than I did, but I'll give you names to go each direction so that we can get through this. First will be Stephen Klein. Where are you, Stephen? Okay, so Stephen will be on this side, followed by Susan Conforti, who will be on this side, followed by Hannah Conforti, which will be on this side. All right, so Mr. Klein, oh, not so close, but we're ready for you, Mr. Klein.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Steve, and this is my 34th year of teaching. When people ask me what do I teach, they're expecting a subject area, but I often say I teach young adults. And as Natalie had said, we are trying to teach these young adults how to work in the real world, how to live in the real world. I first wanted to stop and commend all the students who got up and spoke well, articulated well, And if the president please, I think you said no applause. I think the students deserve the applause. But I would suggest none of the adults should deserve applause. But the students really impressed me, what they said. I believe, I've been struggling all day with this. I think it's a well-intentioned idea. I think we all believe parents and their children should be doing well together. But these students do have a right to privacy. That has been well placed. And it's the National Institute of Health has said that 73% of transgender adolescents have reported psychological abuse and physical abuse off of the hands of the parents. So I just think it's a bad idea, even though this is well-intentioned. So,
All right, your time is up, thank you. But before you leave, can you adjust that mic away, push it towards us so the next person is not so loud?
you want it taller too?
No, just away, just further away. There you go. That'll help us out. Susan, right?
Yes, I'm Susan Conforti. I'm a bisexual and a queer gender person, and I'm president of a local four-county PFLAG chapter called PFLAG Greater Placer County. PFLAG is a national organization that supports, advocates for, and educates about LGBTQ people. When you were young, you might have been curious and questioning about your own sexuality. You might have confided in a trusted adult, assuming your musings were private. Please consider the privacy needs of the youngsters who are now like you were then. Even if you always felt heterosexual and cisgender, meaning that you were okay with whatever the doctor said you were when you were born. Even so, you wanted your privacy and a place to be yourself. Let school be that safe place. Sometimes it's the only place. I understand parents are fearful and want to know, but their fears are easily dispelled by information which PFLAG can provide. And if you want to know about your children's gender orientation and expression, I suggest talking to your children lovingly and non-judgmentally. Again, PFLAG can help. Please feel free to contact me by Googling PFLAG Greater Placer County for additional information and terms and issues. There's no reason to fear what is unfamiliar. As an ordained and board-certified chaplain with 24 years of experience, I'd be happy to talk to you about any religious concerns you have about LGBTQ people. Please protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, remember, hold off on the clapping. Hold on one second. Hannah is here. Patrick Hillenbrand will be here. And then Jim Erickson will be here. And I assume you're Hannah, so go ahead.
Thanks. My name is Hannah Conforti, and that was my mother, and she is awesome. I would use expletives, but I will refrain. Okay, I'm running out of time. I think we can all agree school should be a safe place where kids can learn and explore. Teachers are here for the kids, to protect them and teach them. And of course, parents have the best interest of their kids at heart. They want to know what's happening with their kid at school. They want to be informed. There's a mutual goal here, the well-being of the child. With a psychologically safe space at home, kids can be themselves, and there should be little difference between how a child acts at school versus at home. The more trust and safety the child feels at home with open lines of communication, the less likely there will be the disconnect between what the teacher knows about the child and what the parent knows about the child. Unfortunately, if a child is not open with their parents about questions of identity, there is likely a reason. For some kids, school is their only safe space, and their teacher their only trusted adult. Being a child is about exploration, and critical thinking skills are healthy skills to develop. Learning will suffer if kids cannot safely explore their identity. This policy will only cause harm. It increases pressure and anxiety for teachers. It causes students to lose trust with teachers, which impacts learning. It causes discord at home, furthering the child's lack of a safe space. Be supportive of your child, and you will never have to fear being left in the dark. Curiosity and acceptance will allow you the information that you seek.
Your time is up. Thank you. All right, we're going to have Patrick in a moment. Then I think I saw Jim. By the way, you don't have to go out to go around. You can walk in front without offending us. Chad H. will be next on this one over here. All right, if If you're Patrick, you're ready to go, sir.
Yeah. You know, I don't understand what everyone's talking about here, about all these horrible parents. I'm 58 years old, and I grew up with two gay people in my family. We're a conservative family, and they were all loved. So, yeah, I'm kind of dumbfounded by all these comments, but I'm going to read you guys a letter that was sent to every one of you and every board member in the entire state of California by the National Center for Law and Policy. And it's dated September 18th, addressed to all the school board members, titled, Federal Court Suspends California's Unconstitutional Policy Forcing Public School Teachers to Conceal Gender Identity from Parents. On September 14, 2023, in a law against Escondido Union School District, U.S. District Court Judge Roger Benitez confirmed the legality of parental notification policy, specifically whether parents should be notified if their child is struggling with gender dysphoria at school. Well-established U.S. constitutional civil rights supersede any and all contrary laws. Escondido Union School District's policy coerce teachers who actively conceal important information from parents regarding their child's expressed gender dysphoria at school, essentially forcing teachers to lie to parents. Judge Benitez issued an order to the Escondido Union School District concluding that parent notification policies are essential, and that when a child is struggling with gender dysphoria, did someone shut my mic off?
No, we just lowered it a little. We can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, wait, your time's up. Never mind. Sorry, you guys.
Wow.
Give me a break. Your time's up.
Is my time up?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, so we have Jim over
I'm gonna
here.
identify as another person and
Nope,
continue if you don't mind.
No, you have to go. Sorry. Jim? So, after Jim is going to be Chad H. on this side, and then Ryan DeLorge is going to be on this side, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's very interesting to me also about the parents not being a part of what's the most important thing in their life. I too my mom has 20 grandkids, and we have I have a gay niece in our family, which she's loved no different than anybody else at all. She's part of our family. It doesn't matter her gender or what she believes in. She's loved just the same. So I'm very dumbfounded also. I'm asking you, the board members, to uphold what you said you would do to get elected as a board members by working together with parents for the common good of our kids, which includes notifying parents regarding all important matters. Peter, this is a quote from you by a post on August 2020. As a parent, I have too often observed decisions being made without fully considering the impact to our children and families. Every decision made by the school board and the administration should be evaluated by its impact to our children and families first, unquote. This is the reason why parents voted you in. Governor Gavin Newsom even understands the majority of the people, parents, are against certain agendas that are being pushed really hard these days. He just vetoed AB 957, which would have required judges to remove custody of children from parents who don't affirm a child's gender identity or gender expression. Agendas like these are not about the right to protect our children in the name of keeping our children safer from parents. Agendas like these...
Your time is up. You guys, I can handle it. Your time is up. Hold on, Chad. After Chad is going to be Ryan DeLorge on this side, and then Stephanie Bastek on this side. Keep in mind, you guys, the timer's behind me. Give me a second to react. Please be patient. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. According to the ACLU, social transitioning is the first step in a larger medical protocol. If you pass this parental notification, you'll be one of only a handful of school districts in this state doing its part to mitigate irreversible damage to the largest medical scandal that this country has ever seen. Gender-affirming care is not evidence-based. It's an experimental, ideologically motivated pseudoscience. In the last few years, 7 socially liberal European countries have pulled back from this poorly researched intervention on minors. Several states are starting to restrict this protocol for minors. Gender-affirming care will go down in history alongside lobotomies, Tuskegee, and the opioid crisis. Social transition is a profound psychosocial intervention. If you have teachers that are socially transitioning their students at school without parental consent, they are practicing medicine without a license.
Please be respectful.
Their parents need to have consent, their parents need to know. Our minors aren't legally old enough to buy alcohol, get a permanent tattoo, or vote, and yet somehow people in society believe that they're old enough to make life and permanent body-altering choices before the age of 18. I just urge you to vote to keep the parents in the loop. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So, next, please keep the clapping down. Next is going to be Ryan, followed by Stephanie, followed by Valerie Gross on this side. Go ahead, sir.
All right, good evening. My name is Ryan DeLorge, and I'm a parent of a transgender student in your district. I'm here to help you understand why passing the parental notification policy would be detrimental to our students. I stand before you today to share a deeply personal, transformative experience in my life. The day my transgender son came out to me, it was a memory that I'll forever be grateful was not stolen from me by parental notification policy. It was a movement filled with vulnerability, authenticity, love, and trust. I bore witness to my child's strength in facing a world that too often misunderstands or marginalizes transgender individuals. This experience illuminated the importance of creating safe spaces, especially in schools. It is a tragic reality that some schools have outed transgender students without their consent, putting them in harm's way. Outing a child, whether intentionally or inadvertently, can lead to emotional distress, bullying, discrimination, and even physical violence. These consequences can have a profound and lasting impact on a young person's mental and emotional well-being. Our schools should be places where every child feels safe, supported, and valued for who they are. Allowing students to come out on their own terms is crucial. It ensures they have an opportunity to navigate their identities and experiences in a way that's comfortable and safe for them. Furthermore, we must foster an inclusive curriculum that educates all students about diversity, gender, identity, and acceptance.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Stephanie on this side, followed by Valerie on this side, followed by Nicole Haynes on this side. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Good evening. Ignite, expire, and prepare students. This policy that we're discussing right now will directly contradict this mission statement. State test scores and grades do not matter if students don't feel safe. You acknowledge that student safety matters every year in a survey. The proposal to forcibly out students makes students unsafe. You should be celebrating the fact that you have admin teachers and staff who students trust, confide in, and consider a safe space. If parents and guardians do not know simple things like which pronouns their student prefers to use, it's because they are not a safe space for that student. The support of this policy will change campus cultures across our district. Students are watching and listening, and this conversation, or God forbid the passing of this policy, will embolden hatred and potential violence against all LGBTQ+ students. One of my own students will no longer be safe. You as a school board have an obligation to keep all students safe. Do not ask our students to stop living as their authentic self because you simply do not understand or approve of something. You have been tasked with providing a safe place to learn for all students. Please do not discriminate against those that you are tasked with protecting. Reject this hateful and dangerous bill. Please keep my students safe and all the students you promise to help ignite, inspire, and prepare. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker will be Valerie, followed by Nicole on this side, followed by Adam on this side. Valerie, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Valerie Gross. I'm a resident right here in Roseville, formerly a board member of the Roseville City School District. I have a student at Oakmont. I have another one coming. And I am opposed to this policy on a multitude of reasons, many of which have been spoken about tonight, but I'm here to appeal to a different sense, a fiscal sense. So this policy is harmful to our students, in a lot of ways. The anti-discrimination policy that it contradicts, that's right there on the top of your agenda if you're reading it. But I would argue that we're inviting legal action that's all but certain. The ACLU, the CTA, but the Attorney General will be most certainly filing charges to put a stop to this policy should you implement it. And I know firsthand what happens when a school district is facing legal action and all the resources they have to get diverted and poured into that. Those are resources that we're then going to be taking away from students. We're talking about people and money. So diverting that away from education, which is truly our main priority here. You're supposed to be educating our students. And then the potential damage to the reputation of our district. I'm proud to be in Roseville, but this is really embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for Rockland, I'm embarrassed for the other districts who have implemented this policy, and it's gonna tarnish this district, which is one that we should really be proud of.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Nicole, followed by Adam, followed by Michelle Peterson on this side. Nicole, go ahead.
Thank you. I am Nicole Haynes. I'm an English teacher at Oakmont High School, and I have been in this district for almost 20 years. I definitely want to use my time just to again say how proud I am of all the student speakers tonight. They always amaze me regardless of what the topic is, and I'd be remiss not to say good job. So I can't help but acknowledge first that nowhere in this conversation I hope that people are invalidating the concern of parents for parenting their children. I know I'm in my 40s and my mom is still parenting me and cares about my well-being. But I also know that there were times in high school that I couldn't talk to her about the things I needed to, and the days that I showed up at school crying because we had a fight in the morning or whatever it might be. And it was my teacher, many teachers actually in high school, that helped me kind of survive the tough times when my parents were struggling. And definitely they didn't call home and let them know that I was coming to school crying or they had to stop fighting because it was, keeping me from getting my work done. So as a teacher in my own classroom, the thing that I have to value the most is the safety and the well-being and the mental health, as we talked about as we started this meeting tonight, of my students. And the only way that I do that is through the relationships that I build with them, and I do that through the safe space in my classroom. And as soon as we start taking that away, they won't be able to learn and they won't be able to grow into the students that they can be and to the humans that they continue to be after they leave high school.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam, followed by Michelle, followed by Karen Combest on this side. Adam, go ahead.
Hello, board. I attended the Rockland School Board meeting. I attended the Dry Creek School Board meeting as a concerned parent, and I watched both of those be ruled in our favor as concerned parents to be safe, to be informed. And as a parent with a child in your district, you are my elected officials. I expect nothing less than the same from you. I want to be informed as a parent. Now, I wanted to tag on to what all these death cult people are saying, that they keep parroting suicide and they keep parroting abuse. Now, I have no tolerance for a parent that abuses a child. That should be dealt with. And if a child is suicidal, the parents need to be involved with that. It's very important. Now, I also wanted to tag on to, I've witnessed a lot of teachers show up at these board meetings and state that they're not going to abide by your orders. And they're going to go behind parents' back and to not inform parents. They should be dealt with and fired. If you have any teachers here that say that, fire them.
Please let him speak.
If I went to my employer and said I wasn't going to abide by their rules, I wouldn't have a job the next day. So, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please let people speak. Every time you do that, you delay somebody else. Well, actually, we have rules, and if you don't abide by them, you can be removed from this meeting, sir. So you're out of order. Michelle, you're next, followed by Karen, followed by Shemaine Phillips on this side. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you. I am a member of this community. I have two recent graduates, well actually 2 years from Oakmont. I am a little bit miffed. I've been here at board meetings for 3+ years, went through a lot of things. I have never thought that a parental rights notification would cause such controversy. It's amazing to me. I feel that I'm a little bit, I always trusted that anything that was going on that my children possibly would be saying, my minor students, to an adult at school, if it was life-altering, I would be informed. I think that's where we should be for all students, not just a specific group. If everybody keeps talking about a bill or a policy, I don't know what policy
changing of their gender, that I would be notified. I think now it's only certain group that their parents wouldn't be notified. I'm not sure. We should be treating all of our students with the same parental notification. We raise them. They are in our household. We're in charge. We're responsible for them.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen, followed by Shemaine, followed by Lori C. on this side. Go ahead, Karen.
Good evening. My name is Karen, and I'm the proud parent of an alumni, two, one 2020 and one from 2023. And I would just say that, first of all, not a single administrator or staff member or teacher has ever reached out and checked up on my children who are no longer part of the district. They've not asked how my 2020 handled the mental health issues from that. You know why? Because once they leave your care, which you only have for 4 years, they're my responsibility. And I've said this a number of times. They were mine before they came to you. They'll be mine after. Anything that is kept from me that affects them long term is mine to deal with as the parent. You get to wrap your hands. The teachers get to wipe their hands. We, the parents, are the ones that have to deal with the consequences of what you do not share with us. I didn't realize there was secret keeping at Roseville Joint. I thought we trusted our teachers. We had teachers come up here and talk about trust. How can we trust if you're literally telling us that you're going to keep secrets from us? That's not trust. That's not part of your board objectives either. I will say that there's the 14th Amendment that protects parents' rights to the care of their children. There's no law, federal or state, that says students' rights supersede parents' rights. There's no law that prohibits parent notification for anything. There is board policy 5020 that shows parents' rights and responsibilities, 16, 17, 19, and 20, and per my email today, I'd like you to add 21. Parents deserve the right to parent because we are going to be here for the long term, not you.
Our next speaker is Shemaine, although you went to the wrong side, but I'll let you stay there. Lori C., we're going to kick you over to this side. And then Lynn Callan, you'll be on this side. Shemaine, go ahead.
The board, teachers, administration, and staff are not the gatekeepers of our children. Your only job is to partner with us to ensure our dependent students are educated by providing a safe campus and high-quality, rigorous education free from sexualization and indoctrination. Nothing more. To be successful, this requires dialogue, notification, and trust among all stakeholders just mentioned. Anything outside of that, using your own words, Pete, is stay in your lane. Let's debunk the lies being told. The notification policy you were already provided is 100% legal and defensible in court. Federal law like FERPA, the 14th Amendment, and decades of case law back it up. It's been vetted by numerous attorneys across the state. The AG's TRO, as you all described, was a political stunt. Inclusion and gender. This is not about gender issues, and including a parent in the conversation about their child's mental and physical health is not discrimination. This is about our rights to support our minor dependent students. The policy should include any conversation regarding any child's physical, mental, social, academic, or emotional health. I'm gonna run out of time, so I'm gonna just say, do the right thing. Follow the existing federal laws, work as our partners to be transparent, adopt the notification policy, because this is very simple. You are either for excluding and lying to and keeping secrets from parents, or you're not. You're either on the side of parents, or you're not. We are medically, financially, socially, physically, emotionally, and legally responsible for them. You are not.
Our next speaker is Lori on this side, followed by Lynn on this side, followed by Noel on this side. Lori, go ahead.
Do the right thing. And if they don't, take your kids out. I never dreamt I would take my kids out. Mine is out. Take them out. Protect them. Avoid. Take them out of school. Homeschool them.
Our next speaker, I called Lynn Callan. Are you here? No, Lynn. We're going to go past you. Going once, going twice. Sorry, Lynn. Our next is Noel with no last name, followed by Noel on this side. Lauren Jones is going to go on this side, followed by Ann Van Horn, which will go on this side. You're Noel?
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready to go?
Yeah. I'm a resident,
Thank you. Our next speaker is Laureen, followed by Ann Van Horn on this side, followed by Barbara Brass on this side. Go ahead.
Yes, I am the mother of a 48-year-old gay man. I want you to write this number down. It's 988. It's the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. Suicide is a possibility for these young people. When my son was in the 3rd grade, he attempted suicide because he felt different. I knew he was gay at age 2. I gave him help, I gave him therapy. He told me that if he had a choice, he would not be gay. He's gay and that is his life. He was bullied at school constantly. He was beat up twice. So our family was very supportive of him, but there may be some families that aren't. And I think it's the choice of the student to tell their parent. So please, we have to protect our students. We have to protect all of our kids.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann on this side, followed by Barbara, who's making her way to that side, followed by Dan Y., who will be on this side. Ann, go ahead.
Thanks for letting us speak today. So far you've heard deeply personal, intimate, at times horrific stories, yet it doesn't dissuade you. Statistics, facts, stories of death do not cause you to stop or rethink. Maybe we should find a better solution. You listen to these students tonight. They were fantastic. You need to really hear what they're saying. What they say should be valued more than anybody probably here tonight. The students, you have to listen to them. Many of the parents here do not have a vested interest in that. Maybe their child is not experiencing.
Please don't interrupt. Go ahead.
I reclaim my time.
Go ahead. Keep talking.
So many parents do not have a vested interest in what happens to the gay child or the trans child. It doesn't impact them, and it probably never will. So why do they get to dictate what is best for your children or my children? They shouldn't. Let's be clear. At least one of you up there may get a phone call. That's the facts. You will have the same topic being outed at school with your child. It becomes very personal, and as an adult that may come out and tell you that they're queer, there is a better way to do this than what you're proposing. What if it's this?
Your time is up. Thank you. I believe you're Barbara, right? Okay. After Barbara, we have Dan Y. on this side, and we have Mark Bear on this side. Now remember, we know that there are opposing viewpoints here. Please don't interrupt the speaker or make comments against their viewpoints. Respect everyone's viewpoints. You don't have to agree with them, but you need to respect them, please. Barbara, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Brass. I live here in the district, and I just wanted to reiterate what Rabbi Conforti said earlier, that there is a wonderful support and education program organization called PFLAG, and there is a Placer County chapter. I think everybody in this room should show up at a meeting and learn that we can all be educated, we can all be supported, and we can all advocate, and we can get support if we need it and give it if we have it. So PFLAG is an incredible resource, and the schools should be promoting that as well and informing teachers, students, and all staff to be educated. That's what school's about, and I think if you're lacking in that aspect of education, it's going to end up being what we see here today. That's all I really have to say, and I'm hoping that the school district respects all the wishes of the students who have spoken today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Dan over here. We're going to have Mark Bear over here, followed by Amy Wenzel back over here. So Dan, go ahead.
Good evening, Board.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I just want to voice my opinion in that parents place a great deal of trust in the administration and teaching staff of any school they allow their children to attend. In giving that trust, parents, teachers, and all school administrators enter into a partnership where communication regarding the well-being of the child is absolutely imperative. There is no scenario where it is remotely appropriate to withhold information from caring, loving parents when a children is experiencing confusion or conflict in the area of gender confusion, their sexuality, or any issue pertaining to their mental health. When school administrators and teachers begin keeping secrets from parents under the guise of providing the child a safe space, they enter into the realm of a predator. It is the predator who keeps secrets from parents, not trusted teachers. It is the parent who is ultimately responsible for the well-being and upbringing of their child, and it is the parent who will have to give an account for how they are raised the rest of their lifetime, long after they leave school. I urge you as a school board, each and every one of you, not to vote parents who love their children out of the equation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark, followed by Amy, followed by Elizabeth Wilmarth. You'll be on this side, Elizabeth. Mark, go ahead.
So, hi, my name is Mark. I just first wanted to speak. Where are you guys getting this information that teachers are keeping secrets? I have never heard of a teacher keeping a secret in this district, and I went to school at Roseville High School. So that's the first thing. The other comment is the safe homes. It's great that you have a safe home, but that's not always the case, and we've got to protect these kids. This outing policy is discriminatory and wrong in every sense of the word. Every person is born with the same rights. Mental health is such an epidemic, especially against the LGBT community. If you want to do right by these kids that are being constantly bullied and harassed, let's come together to provide resources such as the P flag for them through the school, instead of millions of dollars going to spend fighting this disgusting policy. I understand you care for these students with your words. Now let your actions speak louder than words. These kids are looking up to you. Love and acceptance is always the answer.
Wait, before you leave, Mark, push that microphone away. It keeps getting closer to people. Just push it. Push it toward you. Yep, a little more. There you go. Thanks. All right, Amy's going to be on this side, followed by Elizabeth on this side, followed by Meredith on this side. Go ahead, Amy.
Hi, I'm Amy. I've lived in Roseville for 19 years. My oldest son went to Roseville High School. My youngest son just finished at Oakmont this last school year. One of my foster daughters also attended Oakmont and graduated a couple years ago. If all parents were safe, if no parents were abusive, people like me would not have to be fostering children. I have had children in my home whose parents have done horrendous things to them. They didn't want to be with me. I am a stranger. Foster parents are necessary because some parents are very bad people and do very bad things. This policy is going to hurt those children. Parents who are safe for their children to come out to, there are not going to be secrets from those parents. They are going to know what is going on with their children. The children that are going to be harmed by this policy do not have safe parents. You have foster children at every single one of your high schools in this district whose parents have hurt them. Please protect the most vulnerable children in your district. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Elizabeth, followed by Meredith on this side, followed by Valerie on this side. So go ahead, Elizabeth.
Hello, I graduated from Granite Bay in 2016 and I'm non-binary. I know my parents better than anyone. I know them better than my teachers because not all parents are good people. You cannot guarantee the safety of the trans child you out at home. If you had passed this policy while I was a student here, you would have destroyed me. I would have been so paranoid that if I presented a certain way, my school would butt in and out me to my transphobic parents. How could I have focused on my schoolwork if I felt like I had a target on my back just for being who I was? You would pass this policy under a guise of concern and then would have left me to fend for myself at home. Who would have taken responsibility for the abuse I would have suffered at home? Would you have, sir? Would you, ma'am? I have had to spend years hiding myself at home for my own safety. That was hard enough. School was the one place where I could explore who I was in a safe environment. And I would like to ask the board, have you ever talked to a trans person? Really talked to them? Not what we're doing here, desperately grasping onto our 90 seconds to try and change your opinions. Because there is no amount of time in the world that would allow you to fully understand what it's like to be a closeted trans child in a transphobic home. So listen to us. And if you are so concerned that your child is keeping secrets from you, maybe it's because they don't feel safe with you and you're not a very good parent. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Meredith, followed by Valerie, who didn't give a last name, followed by Natalie Pagel on this side. So if you're the Valerie, I think that's, yeah, Valerie without a last name, you'll be on this side. Go ahead, Meredith.
That was very powerful. My name is Meredith Cooper. I'm a parent and an educator. The students have already explained the harms that a so-called parents' rights policy will have on them directly and on their trans and queer peers. Here is what I know from my 17 years as a parent. When a child or teen feels safe, emotionally, and supported at home, they confide in their parents. Here's what I know as both a parent and an educator. There are policies and processes in place for informing parents when there are genuine mental health concerns about their child. The so-called parents' rights movement is nothing more than an attempt to terrorize youth who are questioning their gender identity or sexual orientation. It is also an attempt to terrorize other parents who support their own child's right to figure out their gender orientation and sexual orientation. By following current policies, procedures, and the California Constitution, not to mention the United States Constitution that guarantees the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, you are respecting that this is a public school district. All students have a right to safely attend public school. Thank you.
Did we find Valerie? No Valerie? Valerie going once? Valerie going twice? Okay. Natalie Pagel? We're going to have Natalie on this side, followed by Vicky K on this side, followed by Chris on this side. Go ahead.
Thank you. In order to prevent the very rare but very tragic outcomes resulting from transgender, gender discontentment, all parents must strip their rights of knowing what's going on with their children at school regarding health. Find a different way. We are creative, intelligent people. Provide a different solution to help these precious children, please. My privilege and responsibility as a parent compel me to insist that my children are firstly mine, and it's my responsibility to be a good parent. Keeping secrets from parents sets a poor precedent. What's to stop the school from cloaking all of its interactions with students if the secret policy is in effect? It fosters an opaque relationship between parents and staff, which is wrong, and cause for distrust between parent and child and between parents and the great teachers at Roseville High School. There are many heartbreaking struggles that kids are enduring. Putting them in the state's hands as the means and mode of protection and apart from the family is not the answer. There may be rare cases that need special consideration, but a sweeping policy which intentionally keeps parents in the dark on any matter is wrong. Stop targeting parents' right to know as a solution for preventing tragic outcomes due to gender discontentment. Stop presenting the staff or state as the safe place for kids at the exclusion of parents, which effectively suggests to the whole student body that parents are not a safe place. Please honor the high privilege and responsibility of parents by being forthcoming about their child's conversation with staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vicky K, then Chris with no last name. So if you put in a card, Chris with no last name, you'll be on this side, followed by Christy with no last name on this side. You're Vicky, right? Go ahead, Vicky.
I'm a mother with a high school-age child in this school district. My minor child has no rights of privacy from me. If she is in danger, I am responsible. Any school that threatens my parental rights or has teachers that keep secrets with my child against me will not be trusted with my child. I will be protecting my child from you.
Our next speaker is Chris. Well, hold on, Chris.
Yes.
Hold on one second. Followed by Christy. Oops. All right, please be respectful. Actually, this is a public meeting, so people can photograph or video. So we have Chris on this. Please, you have to be respectful or you're going to be asked to leave. So Chris on this side, followed by Christy on this side, followed by Kevin Collier on this side. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you, elected board and appointed administrators. In loco parentis, we trust you with the instruction and care of our students and children. Thank you sincerely for recognizing the parent phobia infesting our teachers union with this apparently latest strain of mental mind virus. Thank you for not allowing the marginalization of parents that threatens our fragile alliance between parents and teachers by taking this affirmative action, this progressive action to ensure parents remain informed regarding our students' mental health. Thank you for allowing, or not to be allowing, the weaponization of bomb threats as if the air in this room isn't breathable. When our children are at such risk of suicide, such encouragement and dysphobia, misinformation, let God damn any person that puts themselves between the parents and the child. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is going to be Christy on this side, followed by Kevin Collier on this side, followed by Jackie Jolly on this side. Go ahead, Christy.
Okay, good evening. I'm here tonight because I am appalled and deeply concerned about the trends the school districts in this community have implemented, and I am pleading for you all to do what is right for all students. As a teacher in this community, I believe that this policy has unclear parameters, has ambiguous language, and is simply not well thought out. Additionally, it potentially robs teacher prep time that is already stretched too thin. And it makes the most essential aspect of their jobs, creating a safe environment so that students are able to focus on learning, nearly impossible. Turning us from essential educators of our future into merely tattletellers. As a parent of this community, I'm enraged that our local school boards, not this one yet, hopefully, have intentionally passed an illegal policy that drains essential funds, robbing them from our kids to defend a discriminatory policy. As a member of this community, I'm feeling ashamed that our local school boards can act so authoritarian, so fiscally and morally irresponsible, so intolerant, and so hateful, and the whole state is watching. The message this community is sending to our kids is going to have devastating, irreversible damage. It essentially targets all LGBTQ individuals and signals that their very being is a problem that needs to be handled by their parents. The spread of this policy is telling students that they are not welcome here in this whole community. Now, as a young student that grew up in an unsafe environment, school was my safe space. It's the place that I could count on for warmth, for a meal, and a trusted adult. I would look forward to school each day. Oh, sorry.
Your time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, we have Kevin on this side, followed by Jackie on this side, followed by Robin Walker back on this side. Kevin, go ahead.
My name is Kevin Kalia. I'm a freshman at Granite Bay High School and a sixth grader who's coming up behind him. I want to say the most important thing first because I have limited time. If you're a trans student or a member of the LGBTQ community who spoke tonight or who's watching or listening, I want you to know that you're loved, that you're valued, that you can thrive and succeed. You can be anything you want to be. If this board or tonight's speakers or anyone makes you feel like you don't belong or you don't fit in, ignore them. Find people who will lift you up and let you be you. There are lots of us. To the board, my message is this. There's no need for you to inject yourself into this fight about these policies. Chino Valley's already doing it. Rockland's already doing it. They've got a union grievance. A couple of teachers in Escondido, they're already doing it. There'll be twists and turns in all that litigation. I'm a litigator. I've litigated these TROs. I've litigated preliminary injunctions. I worked for the AG's office and I did it. There might be twists and turns every few weeks. We don't need to waste our money and our staff's time trying to adjust to every development. You'll be the best stewards of our district's limited resources if you just wait and see where it lands and follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Jackie on this side, followed by Robin Walker on this side, followed by Michelle Tong back on this side. Jackie, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Jackie. I didn't intend to speak tonight, but I just want to let you know that I am the adult version of all of the students that spoke to you first. I grew up as a queer person. I knew I was some version of not the binary everything expected at the age of 7. I thought about suicide at the age of 10. I'm still here. I'm 60 plus, but it's a really hard journey. I think my biggest thought about what's happening tonight at your school board is at your high school. Folks in the queer community have already figured it out by the time they're in high school. So the expectation of you should be what you had on your first slide, which is inspire and prepare. Inspire and prepare those LGBTQ folks, those children, to live in the world, whether that's with their parents that accept them. If they're here tonight talking about not, having to demand that you tell them, by the time they're in high school, they should have already felt comfortable enough. I didn't when I was in high school because we didn't have the level of education and acceptance and the things that we can provide them that we do today. You should be focusing on how to prepare your high school students to live in the world the way they choose to live in, not according to their parents.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker on this side is going to be Robin, followed by Michelle on this side, followed by Meg Weiss on this side. Go ahead, Robin.
What we're discussing tonight is covered under AB 1266. Transgender or gender nonconforming student may not express their gender identity openly in all contexts, including at home. Revealing a student's gender identity or expression to others may compromise that student's safety. Thus, preserving a student's privacy is of the utmost importance. The right of transgender students to keep their transgender status private is grounded in California's anti-discrimination laws as well as federal and state laws. Disclosing that a student's transgender or a student is transgender without the student's permission may violate California's anti-discrimination law by increasing the student's vulnerability to harassment and may violate the student's right to privacy. 3 points of interest. A, Public Records Act, which is covered under Education Code, Section 49060. The Family Educational and Privacy Rights Act under 20 U.S.C. Section 1232G. Also 34 CFR Section 993, as well as the California Constitution, where minors under the Article 1, Section 1 enjoy a right to privacy. And last but not least, the 14th Amendment, where under the Establishment Clause, minors enjoy a privacy.
Thank you. We have Michelle that's on this side, followed by Meg that's going to be on this side, followed by Scout Sieg. You'll be on this side. Okay, Michelle, go ahead.
My name is Michelle Tong, and I am a GBHS parent and a recently elected school site council member.
Parents are an integral part of a child's education. We all know this and we all fiercely believe it. And so does the state of California and this district, which is why our education code and our board policies include laws and policies that invite parents to be part of their child's education and to work in collaboration with our amazing teachers to support and educate students. State law and board policies also allow students to have rights. I think often in this conversation, students are lost. In this education setting, students are the most important piece of this puzzle. Students of all races, backgrounds, sexual orientations, and genders deserve to feel safe, supported, and affirmed at school, and trans and non-binary students are no different. Students get to decide when and to whom they want to tell their story. Unfortunately, not all homes are accepting and safe for students. Sometimes a student feels more comfortable and safer to share their story with a teacher or counselor or friend. Students and families currently do and should have the choice of when to have important conversations about their life. Adopting a board policy to require teachers, counselors, and school staff to tell a student's story without their permission will harm students. Your job is to protect students, not implement unnecessary policies that will harm them. It also will drive good teachers away from our district. It will take time away from educating students, and lastly, as you all know, there will be lawsuits. Please do not consider adopting a forced outing policy. It's cruel and will harm students.
Thank you. Our next speaker's on this side. It is Meg, followed by Scout on this side, followed by Mike Colthorpe on this side. Meg, go ahead.
Hi there. First of all, I am a parent, and I also have rights. This is a conversation that people are trying to frame as parents' rights. I have the right to not get that phone call from the school that is telling me that something my child is expressing at school but not yet at home. If my child wants to come and speak to me about something, they have the right to do that on their time, and I have the right as a parent to allow them to do that on their own time. The school does not get to choose that timing because some parents have a problem with transgender youth. That's what it boils down to. The school does not get to choose the timing that I, as a parent, get to receive that news. I also want to address a couple things. There's always people coming to these meetings calling our teachers groomers, predators, saying they're keeping secrets. They're not keeping secrets. They are simply welcoming every student so that every student feels safe and supported and prepared to learn. Research shows that positive school climate will contribute to improved student engagement. That's something you guys talked about at your board retreat. I hope it's still of utmost importance to you because student engagement will change if you start creating an atmosphere of suspicion on your campuses. Please continue to support that and support all of our students.
Thank you. Our next speaker on this side is going to be Scout, followed by Mike on this side, followed by Carrie Phantom on this side. All right. Stop. Hey, please. Please be respectful, everybody. Okay, Scout, you're up.
So for as long as I can remember, I've been transgender. As young as 4 years old, I was fighting tooth and nail to not wear dresses out in public, and my mother shamed me for it. At 11, I tried to commit suicide because I was developing breasts and I had a very distinctly feminine name. I was transgender before I knew what transgender was. No one else in my life seemed to feel that way, so I was alone. Within 2 years after trying to commit suicide at age 11, I developed an eating disorder due to my discomfort in my body. I spent lunches alone and evenings in my room away from my family. My mother was the first person I came out to at age 13 because she was safe. She swept it under the rug, and I closed in on myself. I stopped talking, I stopped eating, I stopped making friends, my grades dropped, and I was always a straight A student. In my junior year of high school, I asked my teachers to start calling me by a different name, and when they did, my grades improved. I was happier, I was healthier, I made friends easier, and I kept them. I graduated with a 4.0 GPA, and in 2020, I graduated from college with honors. I am now the happiest and healthiest I have ever been, and this would not be possible without the support of my teachers who supported me when my mother wouldn't. It has taken me a long time to rebuild my relationship with my mother because it wasn't until she accepted and loved who I was that she was able to see me for everything I am. I know that people are here today because they support their children and they are afraid that there are secrets being kept from them. But if you support them unconditionally and love them unconditionally, things will be better and they will feel safe with you.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker on this side is going to be Mike, followed by, it says Carrie, Phantom, and the London family. So you'll be on this side. Followed by Annie Embry. You'll be on this side. Go ahead, Mike.
So I want to commend the teachers and the students for getting up, and I know it's not easy to talk in front of people, but I had no idea how much brainwashing was going on in this district. I've got 5 children, 3 of them have been through this district, and 2 more, actually 4. 1 more is in the other district. You know, there's a misunderstanding here of safety in schools. Schools are the most dangerous places you can be because they're no-gun zones. If somebody comes in here shooting us up, these cops aren't going to save us. There's no safety here. This is the real world. There's a world in this world is not safe. Schools are a safe place to learn and be educated, but not a safe place from bad things that happen, okay? There are 2 genders in this world, and there's a male and a female. And so there is a definition, it's called gender dysphoria, and it's in the DSM-5, and that was determined, and there's a new definition in 2013, and it should be addressed as a mental illness because that's exactly what it is. You can talk to the mental health professionals for that. Finally, these students should not have a concern about what other people are thinking about you because you're all special, because you're all children of God.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker, are you Carrie? Okay. We have Carrie on this side, followed by Annie Embry on this side, followed by Tiffany Coleman back on this side. Go ahead, Carrie.
My name is Carrie. My pronouns are she and her, and I am reading for the London family. Excuse me?
Stop. Hey, please, everyone, respect her time.
We'll start over if that's all right.
Go ahead.
My daughter is a freshman at Oakmont High School. I've spoken to several active and formal school board members in different districts about the recent action some boards have taken to intentionally place their districts on a path of litigation by amending parental notification policies. They were bewildered because most boards work hard to decrease or mitigate risk, not actively seek to open their district up to lawsuits. At all the board meetings where this decision has been made, not one trustee has mentioned how much it will cost. School board trustees should be good stewards of public funds, so making a decision without being informed, open, and transparent about the cost is both irresponsible and a failure in duty. Instead of turning board meetings into political theater where people who aren't part of or accountable to the Roseville joint community mobilize supporters with personal agendas, wouldn't it be more beneficial to work with staff and collect information directly from students and families for feedback and input? These are the people who are directly impacted by the decisions you make. It will also help quantify the scale of the problem at Roseville Joint Union High School District, which has never been measured or addressed. A potentially simple and easy solution which protects students' rights, supports parental notification, removes teachers and schools from being in the middle, and may have negligible fiscal impact is already available and being used. All students and parents, I have more time to claim.
Just a couple of seconds. Go ahead.
Like 10 seconds. 10 seconds. The district can add through the demographic information through ARIES anytime. The district can add gender to the code table so it's viewable. If a student would like to change their gender.
Your time is up. Our next, so for the people up there, I know how to do my job, and every time you shout out, you're being disrespectful to people who are here to speak and disrespectful to this board. I will have you removed from this meeting if you continue to do that. Everybody has an opportunity to address this board. If you can't behave, get up and leave. Next on this side will be Annie, followed by Tiffany Coleman on this side, followed by Jeff Gordon back on this side. Are you Annie?
I'm Annie Embry.
You're up, Annie.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Annie Embry. I am an attorney and mom who lives in the district. My daughter attends Wood Creek High School. I am asking the board to resolve problems, not create them. This potential resolution creates more problems than it will solve. Furthermore, it will be a tremendous waste of district funds to defend the inevitable lawsuits that we will lose. There is no need for this proposed resolution. Please do not bring it to a formal vote. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you. Our next speaker on this side will be Tiffany Coleman, followed by Jeff Gordon on this side, followed by Brian Faircloth on this side. Go ahead, Tiffany.
Thank you. There is no one who is more invested in a child's development and physical and emotional health than a parent. There is no one who can offer better guidance, support, and love than a parent. When school personnel become aware of significant decisions that affect the core of a child's life, such as identifying as a gender opposite their genetic code, asking to utilize the opposite gender's bathrooms and locker rooms, changing names or pronouns, etc., parents should be the first to be informed and brought into the conversation for the health and well-being of their child. Withholding life-changing information from a parent would be essentially separating a child from a parent's loving care at a time when it is most needed. Our community is full of excellent parents who are anxious to be the support and strength for their children. It would be folly and insulting to assume that if a parent is not already aware of decisions regarding gender and sexuality made by their child, that they are a negligent parent who would not be kind, loving, and do all they could to support and care for their child. And most importantly, it would be damaging for a child if the school neglects to engage a child's most important and lifelong ally, their parent, in the significant aspect of identity. Families are the strength of our community, not obstacles keeping us from a greater good. Respecting parents strengthens children and families, and strengthening families strengthens our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Jeff, who's going to speak on this side, Brian Faircloth on this side, followed by, oh, we got two from you, Brian. You only get to speak once. And then followed by Angie Nakau on this side. So, Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you for your time this evening. Our teachers are here to teach. It's their chosen profession, and it's what they've trained to do. Already with enough workload, they can't be held responsible to take on more work, especially outside the scope of their particular teaching subject. In high school, our kids are trying to figure out who they are, where they want to be in life, and what they want to do. They're already moving towards autonomy. For many of these teens, school can be their only safe place, and I hope that we can keep it that way. We started this evening with the Pledge of Allegiance. It ends with, "and liberty for justice for all." Let's not take away the liberty that our children deserve. Regardless of political orientation or religious beliefs, their self-expression does not break any laws, it does not hurt anyone, nor does it infringe on the rights of anyone else, at school, or for that matter, in this room. Thank you.
All right, Brian, before you start, we're going to have Angie on this side, followed by Mrs. Jimenez. Brian, I see that one was 8-1 and one was 9-1, but they both got put into the 9-1 category. Do you still want to speak on 8-1?
I can do that next board meeting. Hopefully I'm in town.
Or you can just send us an email and we'll put it in the record. But let's have you speak on 9-1 right now, Brian, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
I'm Brian Faircloth. I'm a Roseville resident, and this is pretty appropriate because I just got my tax bill, and almost 61% of my tax dollars goes to school. So I do have a vested interest because I'm paying for our future leaders in this district and in the country. And I've heard a lot of discussion today. It's really amazing when we hear the emotion we hear, and you don't even have a policy written yet. So the fact to say that it's going to do this or do that, or out this, or make somebody a bad person, or turn them in, or be against a certain member of the community, I don't know how the statement can even be made. You can have parents' rights, and I'm for parents' rights. They should know significant events that's happening to their children at school. It can be written so that it's equitable for all. And the fact that you say that the parent doesn't need to know, I think is incorrect. You need to pass the parents' rights and get them involved in significant happenings at school. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Angie, followed by Mrs. Jimenez, followed by Jay Reed on this side. Go ahead, Angie.
Hi. I have a junior at Wood Creek and a recently graduated student from Wood Creek as well. I just want to say I'm shocked that we're here, and I'm shocked that so many people are angered about parents being notified about their children. That just seems like a no-brainer to me. I have personal experience with how the district notifies people when a student changes their name and gender. Upon changing this, ARIES, the registration and grading system, notifies all of the students in their classes that they have a new student in the class. Includes the student's name and information. Basically, everyone is notified but the family. The arguments about privacy and coming out in their own time are invalid in this light. Please don't assume that parents are dangerous. Don't assume parents are transphobic and label them. Don't distance families from students. Families are there on weekends, after school, through summer vacation, through good times, through bad times, through hospital stays, and all through adulthood. We are there for the long run. Yes, good school systems and therapists are so important to our kids, but they are not there and not able to be there like a family can. The home is a safe space. Our families are safe spaces. We're not judging students. We just want to be included. We love our kids more than anyone in the school system. We love them the most.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mrs. Jimenez, followed by Jay Reed on this side, followed by Holly Cuthbertson on this side. Go ahead, ma'am.
I want to second what she just said. I agree with everything. And I actually find it utterly ridiculous that we are discussing parental rights tonight or at all, and that it's being discussed all over the country. What are parents doing so wrong that school district staff and parents are targeting us? Why is everyone assuming, or a certain group assuming, that parents are monsters? We love our children. We have loved them since birth, and for them to assume that all parents are going to treat their children badly because they disagree on decisions that they are making that are going to be lifelong, have lifelong consequences. I would argue that there's not a single parent in here that wouldn't raise their hand if I asked them if they have struggled with their children in their teenage years. If a student bullies someone or violates school policies or vandalizes, who do you call? You call the parent. You don't just stop calling them and including them if there is one issue. So I ask you to please consider that parents need to remain involved. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jay, followed by Holly, followed by Rex Carpenter. Jay?
I will say that my 3-minute comments would be much more empathetic than my 1:30 comments. But so when you proclaim your new gender identity to staff, faculty, teachers, administration, and the student body, you have effectively waived your right to privacy. And when we talk about adopting a parent notification policy, when you don't adopt a parent notification policy, you by default are adopting a parent exclusion policy. And it has three harms. One, for the student. Hey, listen, adolescence is tough. It really is. It was tough for me. It's really hard for the kids of today. And there's no better outlet than the parent to help guide those kids. The second harm is for the parents. They have every right to know what's going on with their child at school. If you have to be notified to get a Tylenol, you absolutely have every right to be notified if your kid is struggling at school. And third is the teacher. By not notifying the parent, you are creating a curtain between the parent and the teacher, and that is not okay. And since I have 10 seconds left, I'm going to talk about the fiscal responsibilities. There are schools all over the state that are settling with parents about keeping secrets from the parents. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Don't talk to me about the fiscal responsibilities.
Our next speaker is Holly on this side, followed by Rex on this side, followed by Catherine Victorier, I believe I'm pronouncing that right. So, Holly, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, trustees, for hearing me out today. I live in the district. I have a daughter that is going to be at Oakmont in 2 years. We are almost there. I just want to preface this by saying I trust our teachers. I've been a volunteer on campuses in RCSD for the last 6 years. I trust them. I trust them with my child. Students in our district learn about being open-minded and empathetic, but yet trustees in neighboring district school boards are demonstrating how closed-minded they can be. It is frustrating to be a parent right now in our community because of these attacks on select groups of students. I'm tired of the culture wars, right? We're tired of it playing out in school board meetings, and it's really at the expense of our kids and teachers the most. Often it feels like elected leadership does not really listen to the voices who are most negatively impacted. I feel like you're listening, you're looking at me. I appreciate it. Trustees, please don't stigmatize students. I would ask, what problem are you trying to solve with the potential policy change? Where is the harm that needs to be dealt with? This outing policy would do nothing for supportive parents because most already likely know their child is trans or non-binary, or they will know pretty soon when their child is ready to tell them. As a trustee, do not inhibit the foundation of a safe and supportive learning environment for students. Respect student autonomy and privacy by not singling out trans students. Let the students decide on their own timeline when it's best to notify their loved ones when they're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Rex, followed by Catherine Victorier. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correct. Followed by Adrian Mars, perhaps? Rex, go ahead, sir.
Hi, Rex Carpenter. I'm here to ask that you do no harm to our children. I know two ladies that when the one lady told her mother that she was gay, the mother told her grandfather to beat it out of her. He tried. It didn't work. The other mother, when she found out that her daughter was gay, went to the priest, and the priest said, "Get her out of the house because she will turn the other children gay." The mother kicked the child out of the house. I'm simply asking that you do no harm to these children. A lot of the parents here, they're the good ones. I'm not worried about the good ones. They're supporting this project. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the other ones. Your actions could cause harm to our children if you pass this. If a child is beaten, if a child is thrown out of a house, or a child kills themselves because of you, it's your action. It's on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine, followed by Adrian, and that's the last card I have, so you're up.
I'm known as the Scarlet Huntress, and I authored the Roseville 10. I spoke at the Rockland School Board meeting. As many school boards have been adopting these similar policies recently, I question what they may look like as to the specifics of the notification method. Perhaps sent home with pink triangles pinned to their backpacks? How quickly we forget our history, especially when there is constant active movement to obscure it. What in all earnest is the end goal of these types of policies? Why are we not then also discussing if a parent should be notified if their child comes out as heterosexual or cisgender? Parent rights, so then who exactly is going to create the children's rights? Because I've been hearing them scream to anybody who will listen for my entire life, my own voice among the choir. No child is safe. Conditions are awful and only constantly getting worse. I have more than 30 years of lived experience, so if you're willing to have an honest discussion with a person who has lived through this, then you are welcome to reach out. An educator's job is to guide a young mind's learning journey, not to work for the parent, LOL. These policies are fascist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The last card I have, Adrian, you get the prime spot.
Good evening, I'm Adrienne Mars. I've been a teacher in this district for 30 years, and I am a parent of 2 Wood Creek High School alumni. This policy violates California law, federal law, and the rights of teachers and other staff under the U.S. Constitution. The California Department of Education explicitly advises that disclosing a student's transgender identity without their permission violates California Education Code 49060, which requires schools to keep students' records private, and Article 1, Section 1 of the California Constitution, which enshrines a minor's right to privacy, including the right to non-disclosure of personal information such as gender identity. Meanwhile, the U.S. Department of Education has issued a notice that it will enforce the Title IX in a manner that includes discrimination based on gender identity. In addition, this policy violates the First Amendment rights of teachers and staff by forcing them to out transgender and non-binary students against their will, violating the compelled speech doctrine. This was just held in our Supreme Court, holding that a Colorado law could not compel a website designer to make wedding websites for same-sex couples because that would compel speech she did not agree with. This decision made by the Supreme Court, my friends, cuts both ways. In case you are wondering who would consider suing a district over violation of their First Amendment rights by compelling them to out students against their will, let me clear that up for you right now. That would be me as the mother of 2 queer children. I promise you I will not out our students. Thank you.
So, I said that Adrian was our last speaker, but there is one last card, I'm sorry. Michelle Boren. Michelle is officially our last speaker.
Thank you. I did not plan on speaking tonight. I sit here listening with an open mind, and it's a divide. You're either on this side or you're either on that side. And maybe as a board you feel like you vote one way, then you're only in one camp. That's how I feel tonight. I'm for parents' rights, so therefore I must be against LGBTQ. That's not correct. I should be allowed to have parents' rights and not feel like I'm against a group. I have members that are transitioning, that are gay. It's really hard to sit here and listen to it, and I want to cheer for the kids that are out here speaking for themselves. But as a parent, I'm in charge of those children, my own kids. And it's not the school's responsibility to take away that right as a parent. You're to work with us. And I don't want you to feel like if you vote for this that you're against a certain group. You also need to think about what this is doing to the teachers. We hear a lot about you're outing the kids. There are teachers that if they're forced to keep quiet, that means they have to lie to a parent. And that's not addressed ever. A parent says, why is my kid failing? Oh, I can't talk to you. Or are they supposed to say, I'm not allowed to tell you? And there are teachers that are being, I don't want to say threatened, but if you don't use the right pronoun during a class, then they're going to be held accountable for not using the right pronoun. There's a lot of nuances going on here. That has to be addressed as well. It's not just about outing, because nobody wants to, I don't think most people want to out a kid. We still need to support parents' rights. We have to pass this. Thank you.
Okay, the public comment time is officially closed. We are going to take a very short 5-minute break so that we can use the restroom, and then we will be back. So it's 8:43. We'll be back at about 8:48 and a half. Bring it at the end. No, bring it at the end. Okay, everybody, can you take your seats, please? We're going to reconvene. I'll give you just a couple of seconds to grab your seat, please. Hey, I need you folks up there to sit down, please. All right, we are going to call this meeting back to order. All right, we are now entering our deliberation phase. I have a few introductory comments. Well, I shouldn't say a few. I have a lot of introductory comments that I'm going to start with, and then we'll make our way around the board to get everyone's input. So I know we all know that many school districts are dealing with this issue right now, and we know that there are a number of legal issues that continue to evolve and change almost on a daily basis. We're all aware that Chino Valley Unified School District passed a comprehensive parental notification policy, which was then restrained by means of a TRO issued in state court. We also know that Escondido Union School District passed a policy prohibiting parental notification, and that policy has been enjoined by a federal court via a preliminary injunction. Meanwhile, virtually next door, Rockland Unified School District passed a parental notification policy that has been met by teachers refusing to implement the policy. Additionally, the teachers union there has filed an unfair labor practice charge and have requested that the State Public Employee Relations Board, or commonly referred to as PERB, order the district to rescind the policy. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't discuss and address this issue. It just means that we should be thorough and we should be deliberate in our process and policy making. While this has been continually framed as an issue related to transgender students, this at heart is an issue that encompasses a larger number of sensitive issues. On a day-to-day basis, our schools work with parents and students through a variety of sensitive issues with a wide range of topics from substance abuse, teen pregnancy, all kinds of issues. What this is really about is how we as a school board and a school district support students, parents, and families. Essentially, this comes down to a conflict of rights. We know that students have rights, and we know that parents have rights. The real question is, how do we resolve issues when these rights collide? We know that students have a right to a public education. We know students have a right to free speech and expression. They have the freedom of religion or the freedom from religion. They have the right to freely associate. They have the right to due process. They have the right to privacy. They have the right to be informed of our school rules, the disciplinary procedures, attendance policies, dress codes, and on and on. They also have a right to be addressed by the name of their choosing. Like, I really dislike it when people call me Peter. I prefer to be called Pete. But we also know that parents have rights. That list is long, and it's codified not only in our board policies, but in state law and a number of other places. The parents' rights include, but are not necessarily limited to those that I'm going to list off here. They have the rights to observe their child's classrooms. They have the right to observe instructional activities. They have the right to meet their child's teacher and the school principal. They have the right to volunteer on campus and in the classroom. They have the right to be notified when their child is absent from school. They have the right to see the results of their child's performance, as well as the school's overall performance on standardized tests. They have the right to have a safe and supportive school environment for their children. They have a right to be involved in the curriculum development process. They have the right to examine curriculum materials. They have the right to opt their child out of particular assignments if they choose. They have the right to access the school records of their child, both formal and informal records. In fact, FERPA, the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, is very clear. It affords parents the right to request and receive student records. And the California Code of Regulations states that neither the pupil record nor any part thereof shall be withheld from the parent or eligible pupil requesting access. It goes on to say that student records are any item of information directly related to an identifiable pupil that is maintained by the school district, whether recorded by handwriting, print, tapes, film, microfilm, or any other means. Parents have a right to know when student records are changed and to question anything in their child's record that the parents feels is inaccurate. They have the right to be informed of school rules and disciplinary procedures, attendance policies, dress codes, just like their children have the right. They have the right to be informed of psychological testing of their child and to deny permission for those types of tests. They have the right to refuse any assessment, analysis, evaluation, or monitoring of the quality or character of the student's home life. They have the right to participate, whether that be at school board meetings, parent advisory meetings, school site councils, volunteering, it goes on and on. They have the right to provide informed, written parental consent before their child is tested for any behavioral, mental, or emotional evaluation. They also have the right to participate on decisions related to the education of their child. Now, there are a number of people that challenge these rights, but as I said, those are not rights that we have afforded to our students. They're not just rights that they have because they're in our policies. They're rights that are enshrined in law. A local school board member opined in the Sacramento Bee this week that respecting parental rights are part of a coordinated far-right political effort. Let me be clear, I think that is absurd. Respecting fundamental rights is an obligation of all government employees, agencies, and elected officials. Schools, whether you like it or not, are government agencies. It's not just my opinion, it's the opinion of our legal system with decades of Supreme Court cases. In fact, 100 years as of this year of court cases. I'm going to bore you with some of these cases. In 1923, the Supreme Court opined, it is the natural duty of the parent to give his children education suitable to their station in life. 2 years later, in 1925, the Supreme Court clarified, those who nurture him, referring to parents, and direct his destiny, referring to the student, have the right, coupled with the high duty, to recognize and prepare him for additional obligations. Going on in 1944, all these are way before I was born, it is cardinal that with us that the custody, care, and nurture of the child reside first in the parents. Now we'll get to the ones that came after I was born. In 1974, the Supreme Court opined, this court has long recognized that freedom of personal choice in matters of marriage and family life is one of the liberties protected by the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. In 1978, when I was in high school, the Supreme Court opined, we have recognized on numerous occasions that the relationship between parent and child is constitutionally protected. In 1979, the Supreme Court further opined, the law's concept of the family rests on a presumption that parents possess what a child lacks in maturity, experience, and capacity for judgment required for making life's difficult decisions. More important, historically it is recognized that the natural bonds of affection lead parents to act in the best interests of their children. The statist notion that governmental power should supersede parental authority in all cases because some parents abuse and neglect children is repugnant to the American tradition. Simply because the decision of a parent is not agreeable to a child or because it involves risk does not automatically transfer the power to make that decision from parents to some agency or officer of the state. In 1993, they continued hearing cases, and the Supreme Court stated the best interest of the child is not the legal standard that governs a parent's or guardian's exercise of their custody. So long as a certain minimum requirements of child care are met, the interests of the child may be subordinated to the interests of other children, or indeed even to the interests of parents or guardians themselves. In 1997, the Supreme Court expounded, in a long line of cases, we have held that in addition to the specific freedoms protected by the Bill of Rights, the liberty specially protected by the Due Process Clause includes the rights to direct the education and upbringing of one's children. The 14th Amendment forbids the government to infringe on the fundamental liberty interests of all, no matter what process is provided, unless the infringement is very narrowly tailored to serve a compelling state interest. Now, those aren't my words. Those come from the Supreme Court. What's important to remember here is that while both students and parents have clear rights, that are acknowledged in our constitutions, our state laws, case law, and our school policies, no rights are absolute. In fact, it's not uncommon at all for different individual rights to come into conflict. What truly is at question here is, what do we do as a school district when student rights and parental rights come into conflict? As I mentioned earlier, this is not just in the case of transgender issues, as many have brought up tonight, but this is the case for many sensitive subjects. Fortunately, our legal and legislative systems have created guidelines for how to handle conflicting rights. As I just shared with you, the Supreme Court has opined numerous times on the supremacy of parental rights. In many cases, these decisions reflect the supremacy of federal laws and constitutional rights over rights contained in state statutes. I say all that as a preamble to what I would like to see as a board member in this district, because that's what we're here for today. This is the first opportunity we as a board have had to discuss this topic and these policies. So I just want to make it clear, this is where I stand. I believe that the Roseville Joint Union High School District should state clearly and unambiguously that we will operate all aspects of our organization and school sites in a manner that respects the rights of both students and parents. When we find issues or situations in which rights collide, we will strive to resolve these conflicts interactively, the way we currently do on a day-to-day basis in our schools, wherein we support the safe and strategic facilitation of communications between students and parents, while acknowledging that it is critical for parents to be involved in all aspects of a child's upbringing and education. A process, by the way, that we currently use, and it has served our students and our parents very well. If issues cannot be resolved through the interactive process, then we should respect the supremacy of parental rights as clearly guided by multiple Supreme Court precedences. However, in any situation in which a student's safety can be articulated to be at risk, we should follow established protocols to first and foremost ensure the student's safety. Also, I think it's very important that we acknowledge that as a high school only district, we also have a significant number of students who reach the age of majority while still enrolled in our schools. In these cases, how we look at the supremacy of rights will be clearly different, and they should be. Creating policies and practices based on these principles will be in the best interest of all involved. I honestly don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. I don't even think we need to buy new tires. We just need an alignment. We know that we work with our students and we work with our parents and we have good results. So my suggestion is that we align our policies to our practices, we recognize and respect clearly established rights and legal precedents, and we move forward. With that, I'd love to hear from my colleagues on how each of you would like to move forward. I've already asked our student board members, they don't have anything they'd like to opine at this time, but if you decide you do, just catch my attention. Who would like to go next? All right, Marla.
First, I'd just like to thank everyone who came and spoke, and I did read all of the emails. I tried to respond, thank you, to all of them, but I have not gotten to all of them, so, but I did read all of them. And I appreciate, this is our first time really talking, so I'm going to share my thought process and a little bit of my journey and how I got here. Why is, okay. Something. Okay. California Ed Code and our U.S. Constitution recognizes sustained family involvement results in improved education achievements and validates the parents' right to direct the upbringing, education, and care of their children. I firmly believe in the parents' or guardian's right and role in the upbringing of their child's physical, mental, and emotional well-being. There is no one more intimately invested in any individual child than that of their parent or guardian. Even if I may differ in parenting styles or beliefs with someone else, I will still defend every parent or guardian's critical part they play in the education and health of their own child. Parents want to parent their children, and they have a right to know what is happening in their child's school. I wrote some suggested verbiage just because I knew I needed to share where I was going to start with, kind of like you did, just to try to share what I was thinking. So suggested verbiage for Board Policy 5020, which is the parent rights and responsibilities. The Board of Trustees recognizes that RJUHSD works in partnership with families and believes honest communication and transparency is the foundation for establishing relationships and sustaining trust within the school community. Parents or guardians will be notified in a timely manner for all matters affecting their child's education, physical, mental, or emotional well-being in order to promote the best outcomes for academic and social emotional success of their children. I took a broader perspective on this with parent notification because there's a lot more than just the one that everyone's been talking about. And I started to think about if my child was caught vaping in the bathroom, would I be told? And so I went through a high school student handbook looking for, as a parent, what would happen. And what was interesting in this process was I read the whole handbook, and there were only 4 items that specifically said parents will be told. And it was cheating, unexcused absences, tardies, and a second electronic policy violation. And I'm not saying parents aren't told. That's not my point. What surprised me was more of just a lack of maybe consistency or we're not communicating it well, because I do not want to give the impression that our schools aren't working with parents. But as I was just trying to read through what would happen. And then I also looked at a number of our board policies on student conduct, and parent notification wasn't clear. And so it does strike me that we could do better with making sure that our parents are confident that we will communicate critical issues to them. And so I then started to think about the AR side of the 50-20, and I recognize that we just give input, but I have to try to explain my thoughts somewhere. So, and I'd like to say, when I started to hear the Chino policies and the Rockland, and I think teachers need to teach. I don't want teachers to be a part of hard conversations. I think they just need to be in the classroom. And so what I'm reading, teachers shouldn't be involved. It's administrators, it's counselors, and that's just how I feel about that. So I think parents need to be notified when any disciplinary or suggested topics for the AR side of 50-20. Parents need to be notified with any disciplinary or corrective action with school rule violations. And that's Board Policy 5131 doesn't specifically say parents will be told. I'm not saying it's not happening though. Parents need to be notified at any instance that a child is involved with or a victim of harassment, bullying, or cyberbullying. We were kind of vague in that one too, about notifying parents. Parents need to be notified as soon as possible when their child poses an imminent threat to themselves or others. Parents need to be notified by a school counselor or administrator when their child is taking action and requesting in school to change their gender marker, preferred name, or pronouns, requesting to utilize gender-based accommodations, including locker rooms or bathrooms. The school counselors or administration shall utilize an interactive process to support the safe and strategic facilitation of communication with their parents or guardians. This is something that I'd like to talk to the rest of you about, is when I also heard 3 days, I met with the 3 wellness center coordinators a few weeks ago, and it was a really good conversation. I know I encourage you all to, at some point, sit down with them. Maybe you already have. And they which they also shared during the presentation 2 weeks ago, they really try to bring parents into the process. And I believe it was Craig said it was part of his normal routine to every third counseling session, he asked, are you ready to tell your parents? And I didn't even ask on what topic, it's just, you know, he's counseling and he's trying to bring the kids into the topic. So I feel like there needs to be a finite time just because of law and, like you said, respecting parent rights. I'm certainly open to discussion of time frame and what it looks like, but I'm also concerned with liability, so anyway, it's all the things I think about. And I would also like to, at some point when we're with questions, have a chat with Mel up on the, Mel. I'd also like at some point to have a chat with her at the podium, just as I've learned some things about ARIES and how we handle our student records already. So those are some of my thoughts.
All right, Julie or Heidi?
I did not write down as many things as you guys have, but I do have some thoughts and a couple ideas. One, I thank everyone for coming always. I know it's long and it's late, but we're all invested, and I feel like, you know, that is true of all of us. We're invested in our kids and their futures. I've been a parent in Roseville for over 12 years. I have 3 kids who have gone through RCSD and now 1 here. And I am not going to go through the exhaustive list of things that I've been notified about, but I'm going to just touch on a few. And I want to say that one thing that breeds safety and community and trust are 3 things: consistency, predictability, and reliability. And one thing that I have always received is consistent, predictable, and reliable communication. And it's funny with 3 boys, you can imagine the things I've been called about, right? So I'm only listing a few, but I have been called over the last 12 years for a student being late or absent, and it's always the day of. A bullying issue, my son was being bullied. I was called the day of. One of my sons was witness to a fight, and he was called in to give his account of what happened to the principal. The principal called me that day to let me know. Obviously, lots of notifications on sickness, you know, the COVID alert and all of those, a bloody nose, and when my 2nd grader needed glasses, you know, the teacher reached out to me and let me know, like, we think your son needs glasses. She let me know that week. And then most recently, my oldest had a concerning internet search on his Chromebook, and they brought him in and they called us that day. And I feel like all of those fall under a category of either mental, physical, emotional health, or of academic significance, right? And I feel like going through the school district as a parent, I've really appreciated that. I feel like that is what we've come to expect as parents from Roseville, is that we are gonna have this consistent, predictable, reliable communication about things that would affect their health, their well-being, or is an indicator of perhaps their mental state, as it was with the Chromebook search. I appreciated being notified that day. So I feel like that is where my head is with it. And I also really appreciate the differing view. And I could understand entirely where some parents wouldn't want to have maybe all of these notifications. That might be, you know, not everybody wants to know all of that. And I heard tonight, and I've listened to all the other board meetings too, where some parents they don't want that. They don't want that notification, or they feel like they would rather have their student, tell the parent in their own timeline, or they're comfortable with the parent, or I'm sorry, they're comfortable with the student telling the teacher first. And so my thought on this is that we allow for both, and that we have a parental notification policy that will protect the legal liabilities, because we're seeing that from, Escondido and Spreckles. We already know from years of Supreme Court precedent where that's all going to go. So we know legally the liability is coming if we don't enact a parental notification policy. But I think we allow parents to opt out if they don't want it. If they're like, you know what, I would rather not know. And we heard that a couple times. I really appreciated one of the dads who said, I was glad that my student told their teacher first and came to me when they were ready. I appreciated hearing that. So it was like, okay, like, we can allow for both. And parents who want that notification can opt in, and parents that want to opt out can opt out. And then obviously with situations that are abusive or dangerous or volatile, then of course we have a process for that we've always had, that we would of course continue. So those are my initial thoughts about it.
All right. You have anything to add?
I have a question for the superintendent. Pete, you had a recommended language, right? Did you have like recommended language?
No, mine was more recommended concepts. What I'm hoping is that either our concepts and or our language that we coalesce around, we give to the superintendent and our professional staff and have them bring us back actual policies based on what we're talking about.
So it sounds like right now there's no clarity around our current behaviors and processes. Is that what I'm understanding? There's no clarity on how our district responds right now, right?
I think we are aware that we use a process. I know that John and a number of the cabinet members and staff I've spoken to have described our interactive process. So we have a clear practice.
No clarity on the communication of that practice?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So then my question is, the practice that Pete described, and I wrote some of it down, anyway, I didn't write it down very well. The practice that Pete described, is that accurate with the current practice, or can you describe the current practice in the interactive process?
That's correct. Are you pointing to Mel, maybe?
Somebody.
No. So we'll have Dr. Dobson come to the mic here, and perhaps you can start with sort of an overview of our practice, and then I know Marla has some questions, so don't go too far after.
So I can give you kind of an overview of a meeting agenda for an interactive or accommodation planning meeting that would happen. So the meeting agenda here includes 8 steps. So step number 1 is determine the student's name and pronouns to be used at the meeting and the school. Discuss who can receive the information communication used with the guardian parent. Where are we at with the guardian and the parent, including written and verbal communication home. Explain the purpose of the meeting and to be able to support the student's needs. So that's the whole purpose of this meeting that they would have with the student. Collaboratively create a support plan that aligns with the student's gender identity. Explain the school district's role to provide a non-discriminatory and supportive school environment. Explain interactive process, which often requires more than one meeting to discuss day-to-day logistics, notification of teachers, name and gender documentation, schedule changes if needed, complaint protocols, and identification of safe adults. Ask the student about needs and support regarding gender identity and expression, and determine specific requests and needs for the school. So it encompasses quite a bit, and sometimes there's multiple meetings in order to work the way through this process.
So that's our current practice. So how many times would you say we enacted that process last year, in a school year?
I don't know if I could give a accurate number. It would have to, that'd be a question I'd have to ask the counselors.
Okay, I guess I'm just curious more of, how well prepared everyone is for the doing that practice. How long have we had that practice in place, do you know?
My understanding is that the district has been doing some form of this for quite a while, but the district form was created with a team starting in January of '22. And that they spent January, February, March, April creating this form, and then it was shared with the counselors, and there was some training that was done in May of '22.
So is that professional development across the district, or how is that?
It was with the counselors, is
with the counselors.
my understanding, yes. I wasn't a part of that, but this is what I've understood from my questioning of folks.
And this process maybe how have we communicated this process to our community, our school community, which would involve everything in our mission?
Right, so I don't know if I can answer that fully. I know that all of our counselors are aware and have been initially trained on it. There might, at this point, I've asked Ms. Fisher to talk to the counselors. Are they interested in more training? It does feel like some counselors would want more training, is what I'm hearing. And then as far as notifying the entire school, I would have to give you more research on that one.
And probably not our families and students either, unless
Correct.
asked.
Yeah.
Right. That's all I want to know.
Can I ask just a little clarification? I know we've discussed sort of the interactivity of the process. Am I understanding it corrected that the 8 steps that you talked about is one part of the interactive process, and the other part is the ongoing repetition of these steps and working with the student in moving forward in each of those steps? They don't all happen at one time. Am I correct?
It just depends on where the student's at and how far, like where what they can get through the meeting. So if it's not something, it's a pretty extensive document and pretty extensive process, being able to make sure the student is comfortable. If there's changes that want to happen in the restroom, then okay, we need to discuss. We need changes to CIF, we need to discuss. Support with communication with parents. Where are you at with your parents? What support can we provide to you?
Okay, thank you. I know Marla has some questions, and then, do you want to do your comments now or do questions?
I'm just curious, and I just want to plant the seed here. I wonder if this were communicated well with our student community and our family community, what that would look like and what type of feedback we'd get. That's all I want to say.
Okay. Now we're going to go questions, and then Heidi, if you have questions, and then we'll get back to comments.
Okay, so Mel, we chatted. I'll sit back. We chatted a bit, and one of my questions was to have you explain the interactive process, so I appreciate that. And off the top of my head, you said this is a form. So is that a form that they're filling out with information about the student, or that's just the guidelines that they follow?
It's both. The counselors have conversations with the student to go through the interactive process.
Okay. And I know earlier today I asked you if if there's anything in Aries that demonstrates the child has gone through the interactive process, and you said no, I think, right? Or you weren't sure?
Yeah, that was something I wasn't quite sure about, if it's
Okay.
actually in Aries or not.
Okay, so obviously this is part of the student record, but it's not in Aries.
It's not stored in Aries, I know that.
Okay. So to start, I started to ask you today, so when this interactive process is going through and a child wants to change their name, they go to the registrar and they say, I want to, instead of Billy, I want to be Betty or something. And so now their name has changed in Aries. And right now, a parent can see that.
Correct.
Okay. I asked you to change my daughter's name, but I know you couldn't, because I was just curious, like, what does it look like?
Right.
And what I learned, and so part of this questioning is me just sharing what I learned. What I learned is the name that is shown in Aries, correct me if I say anything wrong, is actually the informal name. It's not their permanent, what was the terminology? It's not their legal name.
Yeah, it is in most cases their legal name.
Because it's always the same, but so that
Correct.
kind of surprised me, that when I go into Aries, I'm not seeing my child's legal name. So if a child has changed their name, it shows up in Aries whenever a parent logs in.
Correct.
Okay. And the gender should also normally be in Aries as well, and that's what we discovered, that I couldn't see my child's gender. And so I guess there's a little glitch right now in Aries that
Yes.
we're working on.
We are, and so
Okay.
as a parent, you would see the name that your child goes by and the gender that's in there as well. So if a child chooses to change that, a parent will see that.
So in this interactive process, and they say, no, I want my gender changed, and you said that you tell the student that your parent will be able to see this.
Yes.
In this interactive process.
Yes. We make it known to the student that if you change your name in Aries and/or gender in Aries, your parent could see that.
Okay. And once the glitch is fixed.
Well, yes, exactly.
Then, okay. And so I'm happy we discovered that.
Me too, thank you.
Together. And that's because of FERPA, basically. So as I've been talking through this with you, right now, any parent can look in Aries and determine if their child is starting the interactive process, I suppose.
Or going by a different name.
Okay.
Yes.
Because it sounds like the interactive process, that's if they want to use a different bathroom, it's a bit more involved.
It's a
correct?
big process, yes.
Okay. So just changing your name or gender, we don't have a spot for pronouns, though.
I do not believe so in Aries, no.
Okay, so
I haven't seen that.
how do you communicate pronouns to teachers, or that's just informally?
Yeah, that would be the conversation with how the counselor communicates everything of the student, what the student would prefer with the through the process.
Okay. And then something else I learned when I met with the 3 wellness counselors was they covered the tier 1, 2, 3 services a couple weeks ago, and they said that anytime a child or a student enters into tier 2 or tier 3 services, a permission slip is sent home.
Correct.
Correct, okay. One thing I didn't ask is that just a piece of paper that the student brings home and they can sign themselves, or are we also making sure that it's emailed? I'm throwing that at you. You may not know the answer, but
I don't know exactly how that works, but I know that the parental consent for groups is required as well as tier 3.
Okay, so I would just love feedback to make sure that there aren't easy ways to get around parents not finding out about tier 2 or tier 3. But what was interesting in that discussion that I had with you all was every time a student attends a tier 2 or tier 3 service, it's logged in Aries, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it's, but not detailed, so it's not,
It would say like wellness visit,
Okay.
yes. Or group interaction, yes.
And that's part of the student's record.
Correct.
So right, but I can't see that, but a parent could go to an office and say, I want to see my child's interactions at the Wellness Center for tier 2, tier 3.
Correct.
Okay. That was a surprise to me, so I want to make sure everyone knows that. Because I think okay. And then what about going to an AP for discipline? Do we have a similar way of logging that sort of information?
So if there's a ed code violation, 48900 or 48915, which is basically a suspendable offense, if a student is being suspended, the parent is notified.
Okay.
And it's notification in writing based off of the suspension document. And then also, just to point out, in 5144.1, which is the suspension expulsion, as my computer turns off right then, it says a student's parent guardian shall be notified as soon as possible when there is an escalating pattern of misbehavior that could lead to on-campus or off-campus suspension. So if the discipline is starting to accumulate or there's been problems, then parents should be notified too. But if there's something that is suspendable on a 48900 violation, then parents would be notified.
Okay. And any time, I'm assuming, again, the parent could go into the office and say, can I just see a printout of disciplinary?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think that's it for the moment, so.
Heidi, any questions or comments at this point?
No questions.
Okay, I'm gonna just go back to our student reps. Anything you'd like to ask for clarity or anything you'd like to say? You're not obligated to, but if you have anything to say, please do. And also know that they're not stuck up here staying late because we're making them. I gave them the option and they've chosen to stick it out with us so far. But they can go at any time.
Maybe allowed to comment on that, or
Anything you want on this subject.
All right. So I'm just gonna kind of comment on something that Heidi said earlier when she was discussing her ideas about what we should do with this whole topic. I'm gonna say never in my short 17-year life have I been so split up. I'm not split about what I think should happen. I'm split about how I think it should happen because there's consequences no matter what route this board chooses to go with. So Heidi kind of talked about communicating with parents, and with that, parents could opt out of that communication if they want to. With that, where I see a problem is that a lot of the parents that may not want to opt out, in my eyes, are the parents that their children, no, I'm not saying all of them either, it would be a very select few, but those would be the parents that their children may not feel comfortable with sharing their gender and their trying to find the right wording here, their gender like story or whatever's going on in their head, they don't want to share it with their parents. I feel as though a lot of times those may be the parents that will not want to opt out. And I know that you mentioned what happens with like abusive relationships with between parents and students. So I don't know if you have any ideas in your head right now, or if you kind of want to just think about it for future, but just like clarify what could happen in those situations, because that's the main thing that I'm worried about, is if a parent doesn't opt out and their student is worried about their parent and knows that they didn't opt out, what happens with that? So that's all.
Thanks, George. Lindsay, anything?
I would agree with George. Like, I think that student safety is the main concern for me. That Yeah, that's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you. All right. Back to our colleagues. So as you know, our charge is to give some sort of direction. We don't have to do that tonight, but at some point we definitely do. I know everybody wants something done, and it's our job to decide what that something may or may not be. So with that in mind, unless you have further questions, because I don't want to cut off questions, but if we want to start talking about how do we get to wherever we want to go, we can transition to that.
And one thing I just wanted to mention in the dialogue that I had with Mel was that right now, when a name and a gender is changed, it's passive. So there isn't a note that goes out to the parents saying, hey, something changed in Aries. Wanted to bring that up. And then I had a question for Mel. I think one of the parents said that spoke that she learned that when that occurred, I guess students are notified that there's a new student in class. At least that's what someone said. Do you think that is, she left.
I can't speak to that. Maybe
Okay.
students? Are you guys, do you know when new kids enter your courses?
If someone changes their name,
I've never gotten a notification that a new member has been added to a class or a student has changed their name before.
okay. So anyway, I wish I should have thought about it when they were still
No
sitting
problem.
there. Okay.
So, as I mentioned earlier, I would really like to take a rights-based approach and really making sure that we articulate not only the rights that students have, and I gave, like I said, a sampling of those rights. I'm sure there's a lot more scattered throughout our BPs, board policies. And one of the things that I found very difficult is trying to track all them down. So I would be strongly in favor of us clarifying and consolidating the rights our students have and our parents have in one easily identifiable and findable location, and to have a strong policy of protecting and ensuring rights are preserved, and having a clear process on how we deal with conflicting rights, whether it be in the situations that were brought up today or other situations. And I think, as I mentioned, we have a lot of guidance in law and case law to help us do that. I'm not saying that's the only option, but I think it's a very good option, and I think it is a very strong option. So if we decide as a board to do multiple policy options, I would like that to be one of them.
So would that be, for instance, board policy 5020, just replacing it? Because we currently have a parent rights and responsibilities board
So-
policy.
I don't think it's our job to decide which section it goes into. Our job is to tell the superintendent, the administration, the policies we want, and it's their job as the professionals to craft them and tell us where they fit and whether they replace or edit or amend or add in policies. And their job is to craft the policy based on our direction, then we take that and make a decision.
So maybe, let me restate. Are you talking about board policy for parent rights and student rights? I guess that's what I'm getting. So you're talking about creating board policy that lists those rights. It's not something separate like a resolution?
Right.
Okay.
Lists and consolidates. I think the parental rights are in one spot. Student rights are scattered everywhere.
So you're suggesting that those, we get that
consolidated or listed as it stands today with no changes to it yet?
I don't know if our list is comprehensive, so I'd like to compare each element of our list to.
So we know what we.
Right.
In inventory.
Right, so we'd want to have our staff do a little bit of research to make sure that we are recognizing the rights that exist. And just to be really clear, I'm not saying we create any new rights. I'm saying that we look through all of the different things. We have a lot of documents that tell us where the rights are. I mean, whether you're on the side of the TRO that was put in place or the side of the preliminary injunction that was put in place, they list a lot of rights in them and the applicable laws. I think it's our job as a district, if we take that approach, to research and make sure we're recognizing all rights and making them easily accessible. I think about it, when you go to the doctor, you walk in the room and right there on the wall is the patient's bill of rights. I think if our students and our parents have rights, we shouldn't be hesitant to list them and post them and tell people where they are.
So I would add on to that as another piece of this is, I think a lot of this has to do with lack of clarity from our community on what our practice is. And so I wonder if there's a way to have some clarity around what this current practice is that Dr. Dobson just described to us. Because when there's lack of clarity, then everybody fills in what they think. And so a comprehensive list of the rights for parents and students alongside with communication about our comprehensive interactive processes. How that would be communicated, I don't know, but I think that's important because I don't think people have enough information to know that there's an intention and a plan in place or a practice in place currently.
I agree. I also think that we're very fortunate, and I've said this so many times during meetings, we're fortunate that we're in a district where we have a lot of things that are going right. And we have a system that maybe not everyone knows about, but we have a system that has been working in our district. I'm not as concerned that we do something fast as I'm concerned that we do something right. And I don't think we don't have a problem where if we don't take action tonight and approve something, we're gonna have calamity of our schools. So, and I'm thankful that we have schools that operate well. And I'm thankful that we've been working with our students and our parents to get them to communicate on all sensitive issues and to make sure that we're not keeping people in the dark or keeping secrets or however you want to term it. That's not to say we can't get better. We can always get better at every single thing we're doing. And if there's a way that we can do this comprehensively so that everybody knows what we're doing, that would be the best way.
Do you think our policy is working?
This is not a discussion with you. It's a discussion amongst us.
I think what is missing in this recommendation or ideas is a understanding of how parents are being notified about what's happening with their child. So just having board policy of rights that then doesn't correspond with an appropriate regulation that really spells out how that functions, we're spinning our wheels.
And I didn't mean to make it say we should only do a board policy, because for every board policy, we do have an administrative regulation that clarifies how we operationalize that, and I see those as hand in glove.
Okay. Go ahead. No, I'm just concerned. I know that currently it's in, I think it's 515, light, I need light. 5145.3, if we do nothing, as it stands, if a student says, I don't want my parents to know, then we honor that. And I know you're saying that clear case law, that student rights or parent rights supersede what the student right in that case. It's very clear. And so I think some of the concerns that I see is if that's one area that a student can say, no, I don't want my parent to know, what else can they say, no, I don't want my parent to know? It's really confusing because you were sharing all those notifications you get. Funny, I don't get any notifications. I guess that's boys, girls, I don't know.
Could be, or RCS is different.
I don't know if that's true. So is there any other situation where a student would say, don't tell my parent, okay, I was caught cheating, don't tell my parent? Because part of this concern is this idea that the fear that people express is my parent will beat me, they're dangerous if they learn anything that might turn them a certain way. So yet we just send out those notifications, yep, you cheated. We're going to call that parent without any pause. And yet we have this one topic that we just do completely different. And so it's hard to, I'm kind of thinking out loud, but I feel like if we don't do everything consistently, then there's just questions. So whatever we do, we have to be consistent across the board. So this interactive process, if a student's having a problem with, okay, vaping, I'm assuming there should be an interactive process to help that conversation and dialogue with the parent. But all of this talk, we need to have it finite, because I worry about the situation that the student just keeps saying, nope, don't want my parent to know, nope, don't want my parent to know. And I would like to work through, like, what is that finite, when do you say it's too much? And I don't know who decides that. I know that the counselors would probably say it's infinite. I'm sorry, I'm kind of babbling.
No, it's okay.
I feel like there's more to it than just saying, go put together a list of rights, because
Maybe this is just the starting point, though, right? So that we can continue the discussion. I think kind of adding notification and what, adding anything on at this point is, we don't have a kind of the comprehensive look at it yet.
Well, I think that's one of the features of a rights-based approach, I think, brings that consistency across all subjects so that you can work towards that. And I think a rights-based approach that recognizes the student's right to privacy and the parent's rights to know, and when they're in conflict, how do you handle that conflict, and you have a policy, because that was a key part of what I said, not just making these policies, but having a policy or procedure on how we deal with the conflict. We have guidance on how we deal with that, and working through how we do that, whether it's in the board policy side or the AR side, I think brings that consistency and can bring a more predictable process.
So what would your recommendation be for how we work through that conflict? Or are you saying that needs to be John or Mel?
I think it needs to be a lot of people. It's important that we don't create these policies in a vacuum. We're having this public discussion, which I think is good. I think as we start to figure out how we're going to operationalize it, we have to talk to our employees. We have to talk to their negotiating reps, because a policy is no good if you're enjoined from doing it. A policy is no good if you get an unfair labor practice and it's rescinded. So we're not the sole voice in this. We get to make the ultimate decision, but there's a process of discussions that we should be going through so that we have both a good end product, and at the end, if we decide to implement over people's objections, we have a better legal standing for doing so. There's a whole process for this. So our role is to decide what we would like to see. And John's role is to go through all the steps to make sure that we can do that in an effective way and a way that has staying power. And so we start it, they do the middle, and we ultimately finish it by approving it. I don't have all the answers today, and one of the reasons I don't have the answers is I wanted to hear from everybody, and I wanted to hear what each of you were thinking, because we're in this situation in California with the Brown Act where I have never been able to talk to any of the three of you up here. This is the first time we're having this discussion. So for us to understand what each are thinking so that we can start moving towards a resolution.
I have no problem listing parent rights and student rights. It seems they feel very passive to me. So in that same board policy, I would like some action of seeing verbiage where parents or guardians will be notified in timely manners, or whatever the conflict is. I feel like just a list of rights is passive, and it doesn't show action. And maybe that's the AR side.
It is.
So as I think out loud, I just want to make my input for guidance is we need to be clear about the action behind all of those rights. And that's where I guess we need to add the clarity of just a lot of it's notification. Most of it, if you read the 50/20 AR side, it's how parents are involved, how they're notified, how they're included.
I think for me, my biggest area of concern is the consistency, the predictability, the reliability, like I said. And I do, in thinking about George's question, I'll have Mr. Becker address, when a parent is, abusive, dangerous, same in any instance, we do have a procedure and process for that. But in thinking about it beyond what George touched on, I realized allowing the opt-out does not solve the Escondido issue, right? I mean, the Escondido issue is that the teachers themselves objected to having to lie to parents. And so that doesn't, we're still in that same liability
Which
we're asking.
Means we need some kind of a finite time for this interactive process.
Right. No, I realize that now, because that is the liability that Escondido is faced with.
Yes.
Is that the teachers don't want to be put in that spot, and
we're not
a parent opting out then puts the teacher in that spot.
Yeah, although, again, going back to just my suggestions, I think we need to pull the teachers out of, well, they're not part of the interactive process, is that correct? No, they're not part of the interactive process. Well, only, they're notified, but they don't help with the dialogue between the student and parents. Okay, unless they want to, because I know, but they certainly could, I assume, if they felt like that would be helpful, I assume. Yeah.
I just want to clarify, because I know the comments have focused on just a list of rights, and I get the comment about the passive nature, but I think I'd like to restate the latter part of what I suggested, because I think it addresses those issues. It said that not only should we state clearly and unambiguously these rights, but a direction that we will operate all aspects of our organization and school sites in a manner that respects the rights of both parents and students. When we find ourselves in situations in which rights collide, we will strive to resolve these conflicts interactively as we currently do, wherein we support the safe and strategic facilitation of communication between students and parents, acknowledging that it's critical for parents to be involved, and that if an issue cannot be resolved through the interactive process, then we respect the supremacy of the parental rights as guided by the Supreme Court precedents, unless there's a situation in which the student safety can be articulated to be at risk, and then we follow those protocols. So I'm not proposing just a static set of lists, but a philosophy of action which would lead to an AR of how we do that. And as we've learned through the curriculum review process, it's not adequate to just say laws on how you're going to do it, or policies on how you're going to do it, or ARs, just as important as your practices. And one of the things we're charged with is aligning law, policy, practices in everything that we do, because we create the policies, other people operationalize them and do them, but we hold people accountable for the practices matching those policies, and we have to look at that whole cycle. We're looking at one bite of it now, but we have all of that to deal with. And I think that as long as we're not trying to create new rights and create new laws, and we're following what is pretty clearly established, and we have a practice that balances those rights until we can no longer balance them, I think we're doing the best for all people involved.
And so it really, it comes down to what that finite time is. Yeah.
And I'm not sure we're in a position to determine that now. I think we really need our superintendent and staff and working on how we would, if this is the direction we end up going, how we would properly articulate it in a policy, administrative regulation, and what our practices would be. I think then we're going to be, because what I brought is fairly ambiguous. I know that because we haven't had the chance to vet it. There's work to be done. I don't think we're the people that should be writing the policy. That's not really our role. Go ahead.
I'm just curious if you're suggesting that the interactive process has a timeline on it.
You asking me or her? I'm sorry.
Marla.
Okay.
From a legal standpoint of what's going on right now, it feels like it should. Only because.
And how would you determine what that timeline should be?
And that's part of my personal struggle as I was talking with the wellness center counselors. Hard conversations are just hard, right? Even adults have hard conversations, and you struggle with it. But going back to the fact that parents want to parent, that parents have the responsibility to raise and direct the upbringing of their children, and to have policies that don't allow parents to participate in really significant aspects of their child's life. I can't support something that just leaves parents out. So if you don't have a finite time on when you let a parent know that someone is suffering from, okay, we heard bullying and harassment and all kinds of terrible things, and to leave a parent out of that is not right. And so that's why I feel like there has to be some kind of a finite time where we bring the parent in.
And so would some things be more emergency related than others?
Well, of course. I mean,
And who's to
yes.
decide that? And how is that decided? I'm not challenging you,
Yeah,
I'm just curious, like, I don't know.
Well, I believe self-harm, there's no time. I mean, anything that's related to self-harm, parents have to be notified as soon as possible. You could argue, as you hear about just the struggles that some kids have, the idea of not including parents in really tough things because a child says, okay, I remember I didn't want my parents to know things, but it wasn't because they didn't love me. It's just, you go to your friends first. They weren't bad parents, but teenagers just, they want to go to their friends.
The other thing I think that's really hard about this is because tonight's been presented to us with a couple of different themes, right? But there's the list could be exhaustive on all the things. And so how do we determine what goes in that list of what is identified and what gets told and how long each takes? I don't know. I'm putting that out there because we could just continue on many different things, harmful relationships. I don't know, I could think of probably 50
Well,
different
and
things
so
just right
if it
now.
comes down to, I believe parents need to be involved with your child.
Parents and or guardians, not just
Yes,
parents.
okay. Parents and guardians need to be involved with their child. So either you believe that or you don't. And you can list so many different struggles a child would have. And I don't think we should say, well, this struggle is 1 hour because it's self-harm, but this struggle, because it's not as big of a deal, is a week. I don't think that's right. I do have compassion and understanding that there are hard conversations to have with your parents sometimes. So that's my struggle. Is I feel for that tension between wanting to have that space to not have that conversation versus the need for a parent to be involved with what's going on with their child. So there's a huge tension there. And I feel a lot of compassion for that. And so in the end, I just have to say, what's the right thing? And the right thing is to involve a parent. I'm trying to be compassionate, and this whole, everyone's saying 3-day notification. And I don't want to leap on that bandwagon if that's not the best thing, but is it 5 days? At some point.
Can I offer something to think about? And I just thought about this while you're talking, so I'm not necessarily advocating it. But there's multiple ways to measure time. One is in hours or days, but the other is in terms of cycles. So if we have an interactive process, perhaps we talk about how many cycles of the process is an adequate time. I don't know if that would work, but there are ways that we can measure time differently, and maybe that's a solution to this struggle that I hear you having with yourself and all of us having on how we deal with this. And again, I'll lean to one of the reasons we hired this man right here is we expect him to do the hard work. And I know we're thinking about all these things that we may want notifications on and what happens in our schools. We have a lot of resources in those who do the work to reach out and ask what situations are there and what are the typical timeframes that have happened and what's optimal here and there, so that we can start to consider all that. Because as much as I'd like to think that we know everything that's going on, I don't think we do. And so I would like to challenge the superintendent and the staff to roll their sleeves up and do some of this hard work for us, so that we can have a little more meat on the bones and then make some decisions.
I think I'm just kind of tying all of this in together, and I had kind of asked this question previously, but I think as a parent, what many parents want to know is we just want to know what to expect, right? And I go back to the example with my son and his Chromebook, and it was, they were worried about him. It was genuine concern that what he had searched up was concerning. And so then it leaves me to wonder, okay, did I get notified that day because I'm a board member? Would every parent be notified that day had he tried to use a different, a female bathroom, or had he have asked to go by a different name? Would I be notified that day? And if not, why? That I think is where I'm struggling, is why would I be told one thing quickly when it is, could be self-harm or could be indicative of depression, something that, in my opinion, would need early parental support and outside resources and help and intervention but not something else? And are we choosing, like, well, we're not going to tell these parents, but we are going to tell these parents? It leaves a lot of ambiguity that's where I'm struggling with. It's like, okay, why or where in board policy, where in ed code dictated, well, we're going to call on the day of if it's a red flag Chromebook search? Is that dictated by policy and ed code? Or is that just best practice because we inherently know, like, oh, we should tell the parents right away, this is a big deal. So that's where why would it be different? Is it only different for some parents? Obviously, like to George's point, if a parent is harmful, abusive, yeah, the school probably wouldn't have called me that day.
And
we have a process for that. Right.
Policies to address those issues.
So, I don't know.
Well, and so going back to, back to what you said, and Pete, I don't feel like, I don't think we should compartmentalize, suicidal ideation is instant, yet, that should be instant. But just having all these different types of issues have different time frames. Boy, that's getting into the minutia. When in the end, parents should just know as soon as possible about their child, and that's what it comes down to. I do appreciate this idea that if there's a really hard conversation, I do respect that. And so is it 2 counseling sessions to help the child prepare? Because let's go back to Aries. Okay, right now, new name and gender is in Aries. A parent can go up and say, I want to see a printout of all the counseling sessions, and we'll hand it to them right now. So we are kind of notifying them, but we're very passive. So would a flip of a switch of Aries be the solution? I'm not saying that's the right way to do it, because I don't like the idea of a parent getting an email saying your child is now going by another name. That's just the wrong way to help that situation. So I'm not saying that's what needs to be done, but we're already notifying in a way. So we need to make sure that I think we're facilitating a conversation sooner rather than later, so that it's not hard on a student.
Well, and there needs to be support around it.
Yes.
They can't just look at areas, oh, wow, that's, not the right way to go about it.
So not to throw a damn blanket on things, but we also have a policy about not having board meetings go this late. I think we actually have a policy not to go past 10:30, unless we take an affirmative vote to do so. So I'm half joking on that. I mean, it is a real policy, and I'm not opposed to staying, but I want to make sure we're working towards getting some form of direction here, or we can continue this discussion at the next meeting if we need to think about it. But we need to do something.
I don't object to your list of rights. I just want, I don't want them to be passive. And I know that at least in your verbiage, I know I have verbiage, we can ask for some active verbiage, I guess. But I do want to feel like our parents have confidence in us that we are not hiding information from them. But I do want to be sensitive to those hard conversations, and that would be my direction.
So what I haven't heard from anybody is any kind of interest and clarity around the interactive process and sharing that information. Is that not of interest?
No, I thought you said it. No, you said it, and I thought yes. So sorry.
All right. No, I just want to see
I see
if
this as kind of cobbling all this stuff together, and dumping it on John's lap and asking him to come back with some solutions.
Did you get all that?
I did. What would be the timeline?
Also, now we want a hard timeline.
That's right.
Well, I don't think this should drag on forever. I think there's an expectation that we're gonna come to resolution on this. But we're asking for, you know, a significant amount of work as well. So, what I would suggest is that we cobble together the direction that we've all talked about here. We kind of have a, I guess we could say, a loose consensus going towards a direction. And that, fortunately, this is all recorded, so you can go back and watch it again, relive it all to grab all the details. We give this to our superintendent and staff to work on, and we have him at the next meeting give us an update on how long it's going to take, and what we need to do to get to the next step. So that,
Could we have like maybe a draft of at least progress? I mean, I realize just getting an update and saying, yeah, I'm working on it. I mean, I would love to see a draft at least, so we make sure our intent is being followed.
yeah, I think if he can get it done in that time, I think maybe what steps have been taken and what steps need to be taken, and whether it's a partial draft or a full draft.
And I'm not saying something that we're approving if it's not done, but.
Maybe it's to talk from, it's to speak from at a next, the draft is something to talk from versus.
Yeah, I think it's important that we know there's progress, but we know there's a lot of moving parts he's going to be working with as well. I want to make sure that we're checking all the boxes and being comprehensive in nature and also comprehensive in process, so that we can avoid any pitfalls we see other people going through. John, is that clear as mud? All right, well, I think, is there anything anyone would like to add before we have one more thing to do, because I screwed up on another part of the agenda. But is there anything else we want to talk about on this particular item? Or are we all good with getting an update at the next meeting, and then if we need to give additional clarifying direction, we can do so? Is that good? Okay. So I'm now going to take us back to 8.1, because we opened and closed the public hearing. I screwed up twice. One, I forgot to call the gentleman who gave me a card, but then he gave me his personal input during the break. But we were supposed to approve the resolution, resolution number 2313, which certifies that the sufficient textbooks and instructional materials are available for students in 2023-24 as required by Education Code 60119. We have the resolution in your packet. Do we have a motion to approve that resolution?
Motion to approve.
I'm going to take Julie as the motion and then you as the second, if
second.
that's okay. It's a resolution, so we're going to take a roll call vote, starting with Marla.
Yes.
Heidi?
Yes.
Me? Yes. Julie?
Yes.
Yes, that passes on a 4-0 vote. Who said excuse me? Oh, students. You guys good? Thumbs up? Yes. All right. You know what we're talking about? Okay. All right. Our last and final items on the agenda is staff comments, but hopefully you don't have any, because I'm going to go through it quick. Any burning things you need to chat with us? Okay. Pending agenda items, we have a list in our agenda, so can someone please make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
We have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Thanks, everyone.